Hello and welcome to a new video. Today we are going to be creating this developer templates website where developers can share their templates, components to other developers who want to create either websites or mobile apps. And as you can see here, I have this landing page and we have this sign in to share your templates. And then we have these templates that I've added, and then I have a filter option. So I'm going to be taking you through the website and show you how it works. So first, you're going to hit sign in if you don't have an account yet. So you're going to hit sign in to share your templates. And then you're going to be taken to this page where it's asking you to continue with Google. So let's hit that. Then you're going to select an account. I'm going to select this one. And then once the logging in is successful, you're going to be taken to your dashboard where you're going to find the templates you've added, where you can edit or you can delete those specific templates, or you can also add a new project. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to log out this account and then log in with another account that doesn't have any templates added. So let's log out, and then you're going to repeat the process again. Sign in. You can just hit this button and then continue with Google. Then I'm going to select this account. So once you have done that, you'll notice that now we are in a empty dashboard which only has this new project and then dashboard link and then the logout. So we are going to hit this new project so that you can add a new template. So here you'll see that you're supposed to add a project name. So let's do the Next.js template like that. And then you're going to select a framework. You can select any of these, but select Next.js, and then the CSS that was used in that template, Tailwind, and then select the use case. Let's say you want to do a SaaS for this one, and then deployment link where you've deployed that template. You can select this link and then paste it here, and then you're going to add a repository link to your, that is the link to your GitHub where you have uploaded that code for the template. So you're going to select this, then you're going to come and paste it here. And then here we're going to be integrating Cloudinary to help us upload our images. So let me choose an image. I can select this one, and then we are going to have this loading effect when we are adding new images. I can add another one. So let me select this one and then add another image. So let me select this. And then here we're going to be describing the project. So let's just say a Next.js template. Then we can copy this. So let's copy this. Let's copy this and then paste it down here, and then paste it again. Then paste it again. I added a new image. Let's add the image again. And then after doing that, we can make this a heading one. We're going to be using React Quill for this rich text editor, and then we can make this to a code block. Then we can change the color for this one, then put it yellow like that. And then you're going to hit create project. Once you've created a project, you'll notice that on your dashboard you now have one template added. If we come back to the home page and then scroll down, you'll notice that we have this template which we have added. And then later on you can try implementing a video section where you can add videos, but let's open this one. Then you can notice that you have added this title, you have added this image, and then we have this carousel that shows you the next image that is in the database for that specific project. And then you can see if we add code blocks, you can see them as code blocks. Here we have the title of the project, the framework used, the use case, and then the CSS. Here you have the view code, which will take you to the GitHub repository where that template is hosted. And then you have the live preview, which is going to help you view the template in a new tab. And then let's open one I created earlier. You can see here we have some few images there, and then this procedure on how you can install this template and get it started. And then it has the same details, the user who created it. And then let's go back. We can click on the dashboard, and then you can try editing these templates. So let's try editing by changing some details. So let's change this from the Next.js template to something just template. So let's do just template. Then you can change the language used to React, and then you can use Bootstrap, and then you can change it to be a blog. Then you can remove these images. Then you can add new images. So let me select a new image. So let me select this one. And then you can change this, change the color, then stop making this a code block. And then you can also add images inside this editor, and then you can hit update projects. Then we can come back to the home page, and then you will notice that the details has changed to the ones we've added. And then you have this search filter where you can search based on the title of the project, the user's name, the one who created it, the framework used, the use case, the CSS. So let's say we want to just view the templates created by React. You can see we have that Tailwind CSS. All of them have Tailwind. You can look for a SaaS template. You can look for using the name of the person who added that template, and then you can filter it by literally all those things. So this is what you're going to be creating today. Let's go back to the profile, and then we can try deleting this. And then once we hit delete, you're getting this model to delete, and then you can hit delete and the project is gone. And if we come back to the homepage, you can see that we actually don't have that. So that's what you're going to be creating today. You're going to be using Next.js for that. Then we're going to use MongoDB as our database. We're going to use NextAuth to integrate the sign-in with Google. We're going to be storing our images inside Cloudinary. We're going to be using Shadcn UI for our components. And then you're going to be getting our icons from Lucid Icons. And then for the styling, you're going to be using Tailwind CSS. So what you're going to be doing first is you're going to open the folder where you want your project to be stored. For me, I'm storing it in my desktop. So you're going to open that in a new terminal, and then come back to the Next.js website, and then you're going to copy this link. So let's maximize this and then paste it here. We are going to name the app as devdex, like that. Hit enter. We're not going to be using TypeScript, ESLint, yes, Tailwind, no source directory, no app router. We're going to be using the pages router, and then we're not going to be customizing the default import. So you're going to hit no, and then wait for everything to install. Once the packages have installed, you're going to cd into that folder. So you're going to cd into devdex, and then you're going to open it in its own VS Code. So let's do code dot. Then you can close this tab, and then here it is. So let me increase the zoom in so that you can see. So what you're going to do here, you're going to open a new terminal. So let's do a new terminal, and then for me, I'm going to place it on the right, like that. And then here we're going to first start by installing Shadcn before running our application. So you're going to open Shadcn UI, and then you're going to hit on get started, or just hit components. And then here, as you can see, we have all the components we need. We have these dialogues, we have the buttons, we have the cards, we have everything that we'll need in our development. So you're going to hit installation, and then we're using Next.js, so you can select that. I've already initialized our app, so you're going to skip that step, and then you're going to copy this, hit here, and then you can copy for any of these depending on which package you're using. So I'm going to copy for npm, and then come back, and then you're going to paste it here. Let me change the terminal. Then you're going to paste it here. We come back to the installation process. You're going to notice that it's going to ask us some few questions to help us configure our components JSON. So let's see. So we're going to select the default style, and then the slate color, and then would you like to use CSS variables? You're going to hit yes, and then you're going to wait for it to install. And then as it installs, you're going to go through our application. So here you can see we have the styles, here we have the global to CSS, and then we have our pages. Here's where you're going to add all our folders for our application. And then let's close this, and then here inside our pages you can see we have our APIs. So we are not going to be creating any server outside our application, you are going to do it inside our API. So as Shadcn installs, we are going to come to our index page, and here you can see we have this font, we have the inter font. So I'm going to remove it from here. So let me copy it, and then I'm going to open the app.js because we want the font in all our pages. And then we're going to change this from inter to Poppins like that. And then here inside here we are going to add some weight because Poppins need some weight, so you can add those. And then I'm going to remove this component prop, so let's remove it, and then add these fragments, and then we're going to add it inside our main. So let's paste it inside here, Shift Alt F to format, and then inside here we're going to pass in our font. Okay, so let's do class name, and then we're going to do the font, so it's Poppins dot class name like that. And then you can come back to our index page and then remove this declaration of the font from the index page. And then here we can leave this, we can delete this one and then open another terminal in case we need to do any installs. And then here we're going to do an npm run dev. So you're going to notice that Shadcn made some changes in our CSS, as you can see, and then it added this lib folder where it has the utils.js, and then you have the components folder where it's going to install all the components we need. So let's come back here, and then you're going to come to our localhost 3000. You can type localhost 3000 like that, and then close this, and then come here and then collapse this. But first we need to see if our application is running. You can see it runs, and then you have this default Next.js landing page. So what you're going to do, you're going to remove this, okay, and then inside here we're going to just do a hello world text like that, and then you can see the text is here, but in the initial application we had it somewhere here, right? So to do that, you're going to open our app.js, and then after this font declaration, you're going to do a maximum width of 1440 pixels. So let's do 1440 pixels. Then you're also going to do a margin X of auto, and then if you come back, you'll notice that it's there. So what you're going to do next, inside our components folder, we're going to add a new file. The file is going to be header.jsx for header, obviously, and then you're going to do rafce. If you don't have those shortcuts, you can install the ES7, I think so. Let me check. You have the ES7 plus React native snippets, these ones, so that you can have those shortcuts. And then we're going to import our header inside here. So on top of our component props, you're going to do header. Make sure you import it from the components folder, and then you can come back to the application and you'll notice that you now have a header, and then you have the children, which is our homepage. Now what you're going to do next is start by creating our header, so we can close other pages and remain with this page. Then you can also close that. So we're going to remove this, then add this. Then inside here we're going to do a div first. We're going to start by not a div but a nav. So we're going to do a nav, and then inside this nav we're going to do a border bottom first because we need a border bottom. And then inside here we're going to give the border color, so it's going to be border gray 200. So let's do border gray 200, and then we're going to do sticky because we want the header to be sticked on top when you're scrolling. We're going to do a top of 0, and then need an index of 50, a background color of white. And then inside this nav, we're going to do a div which is going to be flex, and then you're going to do flex to be going to do a flex of wrap, and then items are going to be center, and then you're going to do justify between margin x of out, and then you're going to give the header a padding. You can do a padding of 4, it's better. Then inside this div, you're going to do our link, which is going to be our logo. Okay, and then we're going to do a ref here. It's going to take us to the home page, and then here we can add some few class names for the logo. So we're going to do a flex item center to place the icon in the logo text. We're going to give them a space of x. We're going to do 3. We can do the text to be primary. Okay, text to be primary. If you're wondering, earlier on Shadcn added some styling in our styles, and then you can see here we have the primary. Where is it? You have the primary color, which is this one. So let's come back here, and then after text primary, we can do a font of bold for the logo text. Okay, then now inside here, what you're going to do, we're going to need a badge. That badge you're going to get it from Shadcn. So you're going to come to Shadcn, then you're going to look for badge. Here it is. You can see how the badge looks like, and then instead of installing these components independently, so like let's say we want the button, you just come and try copying the button. You can install them, all of them, the ones we need. So we can copy this, leave the button alone, and then up to add, copy this one, then come back here, open the terminal again if you didn't close it, that is. And then if you closed it, and then you're going to paste it here, and then it's going to ask you on the components you want to install. So for us, we need the button, the badge, the card. So let's see. So here we're going to select the avatar. We need the avatar, we need the badge, we need the button. You're going to be using the arrow down keys and then the space to select. Then we need the card. Let's see. We need the dialog for the delete. We need what else? We need the input. Yeah, we need the label. What else do we need here? Don't need the select. Don't need anything else. Let's see. I think that's it, and then you're going to hit enter. So here you're going to be waiting for everything to install. It's going to be added in the UI folder. So as it installs, we are going to come to Lucid icons. Then you're going to look for the icon you're going to be using. So I think it's cloud. Cloud. Yeah, you're going to be using this icon, and then you can hit see in action. Then you're going to be importing it using this. So let's come back and see if the badge has been added. It's still adding the avatar, so let's wait. So here we can start by importing our badge. So let's do badge, then make sure you import it from the UI badge, and then inside here we're going to do the icon, which just this one. So copy it, then come back here, paste it. Then you're going to make sure you import it from Lucid React. When you install Shadcn, it comes, I noticed it comes installed with Lucid React, so you don't have to install Lucid React again. So here we can do a width of 28 like that, and then you can also do a height of 28. So let's do a height of 28 like that, and then let's come back to our project. So it's saying that, let's see. And then below this, let's check. Have this cannot read properties of undefined, so we can come here and restart the application. So npm run dev, and then let's see, Shadcn is still installing. So below this badge, we are going to add the text for the logo. Okay, So we're going to add a span, and it's going to have self center. So let's do self center. Then we're going to do text to Excel, text of to Excel, and then we're going to do font of semi-bold. So let's do font semi-bold, and then white space of no wrap, white space of no wrap, and then inside here we're going to do our logo text, which is devdex, like that. So we can come back to our application, and then you can see now here we have the logo, but in our initial application this had some different color. So to change that, you're going to open the UI, you're going to go to the badge section, and then inside the badge you're going to create a new custom color. Okay, so here we're going to do custom. So let's do custom, and then you're going to do bg gradient. So let's do bg gradient to right. Let's do to right, like that, and then you're going to do from indigo via purple to pink. So let's do this one is supposed to be via purple, and then it's going to be to pink 500, and then the text is also going to be white, and then we can make sure that that variant doesn't have a board, it has a board of 0. Then come back to a header, and then inside this badge we are going to do a variant, which is going to be now the variant we created, which is our custom variant. And if we come back, so let's see, let's refresh, you can see that now our logo has that color. So what you're going to do next is creating the sign in button. So let's collapse this link, and then below here is where you can add, let me add here a comment, menu icon for mobile, to make sure that this header is responsive, but you're not going to be doing that. Let's go ahead and do the button. So let's do hidden, we're going to do a hidden div, and then so let's do a hidden div, we're going to do a width of full, then MD is going to be flex, like that, justify between, then items to be center, let's do items to be center, space x of 8, we're going to add a space x of 8, and then you can do in MD we need the width to be auto. Okay, and then inside this div we're going to add a ordered list and an ordered list, but for that unordered list is if we had some links here for the videos, for the about us and all that, but we're going to just add the button. So here you can add a UL for other links. Okay, then now below this one we're going to do, below the unordered list, if you're going to add an ordered list for other links, we are going to do a button. Okay, so let's do button, like that. Make sure you import it from UI button. Then we're going to do a variant of outline, it has a variant of outline, so let's do outline, like that. And then we're going inside here, we're going to do login or sign in. Okay, so let's do outline, like that. So let's see, you can see now here we have a login button. Okay, so if we added a UL, you would notice that we have other links here, of which you're going to do that. So what you're going to do next, you are going to make sure that this, what is it called, this the login functionality works, but we can skip that for now. Let's go back and create a hero section. So open the components, and then make sure you add a hero.jsx, like that, and then let's do RAFCE, and then import it from the index page. So let's remove this, and then import our hero. Make sure you import it from components, then Shift Alt F, like that. And then now if we come back, you'll notice we have the hero text. So inside here we're going to start by creating our hero text. So let's remove those and add these fragments, and then we're going to do a relative div. So let's do relative, like that. And then we're going to do overflow hidden. So let's do overflow to be hidden. Inside here let's do a another div of padding bottom of 16. We're going to do a padding top of 20 so that you have some spacing, and then in SM we need a padding top of 24. We also need in LG we need padding bottom of 24. Okay, so let's do LG padding bottom of 24 and then padding top of also 24, which that's better instead of 32. And then inside here we're going to do another div which is going to have a maximum width of 7 XL like that, and then we can do an MX of auto. Also we can do padding X of 4. SM we need padding X of 6, and then in large we need a padding X of 8. Then inside here we are going to do another div which is going to be text center. We have many divs, but now inside here we're going to do a H1 which is going to have a text of 4XL. So let's do text of 4XL. And then we're going to also do font of extra bold. So let's do font of extra bold, and then tracking is going to be tight. Then the text is going to be primary instead. So let's do primary. And then in SM we need the text to be 5XL. And then in LG we need the text to be at least 6XL. This makes sure that the website is fully responsive. And then here we are going to do your destination. We're going to do your destination for, and then we're going to add a span. So let's do span, and then it's going to have a text of green. So let's do text green, and then it's going to be 600. And then inside here we're going to do developer, and then templates. Okay, like that. So let's come back. Then you can see now we have your destination for developer templates, and then we're going to add a p-text below here. Okay, so let's come back. Below the H1 you're going to add a p-tag. We're not going to write all that. I'm going to paste it here. You can see it has a margin top of 6, text XL, and then the color. And then looking for a quick, and then inside there we have some few spans with different colors. Let me come back here, and then you can see how it looks like. Okay, so by doing that you have created the hero section, and then below here we need the button. So below this p tag, below this div, we are going to do a margin top of 12. So let's do margin top of 12 like that, and then you're going to do text to be center. Okay, and then later on when you are implementing the login, we are going to make sure we add some conditions so that these buttons change. So let's do button here, make sure you import it, and then we are going to do inside here we're going to say sign in to start sharing templates, to start sharing your templates. And then for this button, let's come back. You'll notice that it has that color and it's supposed to have this color. So we're going to do the same thing we did for the badge. Open the UI, open the badge, copy this custom color. Okay, then come to the button. Then you can see we have many variants here, and then paste it here, close the button, and then here we're going to give it a variant of custom, variant of, so let's see, variant of going to be custom like that. Then let's see if it has changed. Now you can see that you have that button there, and then we are going to add an on-click functionality. So here we're going to do on-click. So let's do on-click, and then it's going to be a function, and then here we are going to add a window dot location dot ref, and it's going to take us to login. Okay, so if we click this button now, it's going to take us to an empty page since we don't have that page, and that's what you're going to create next. So inside the pages folder you're going to hit create new file, and then you're going to do login, then index.js. Okay, like that, and then let's do RAFCE like that. Let's do login. Then if we come back here, we have the, don't know why we get that error, so we can, but let's see, if you can go to the login page, and then here you can see now we have the login text. So inside the login page, let's come back to the home page and then sign in to start sharing your template. It takes us to the login page. That's nice. And then inside here, let's remove this, okay, like that. And then here we're going to start by doing section, okay. So you can just do a section here. You're going to, inside this section, you're going to have a div of padding y of 8, and then we can do mx of auto. But before you do that, you can do a padding x of 4, mx of auto. Then you can do a maximum width of screen XL. Then you can do text center, text to be center, and then LG to have a padding y of 10. Okay, so let's do a padding y of 10, and we're going to do a relative. Okay, and then I don't think can do an index of 10, and then inside this div you're going to do a link. So first we're going to do, we can leave that, but let's see, that looks good. We can leave that section for the, what is it called, the A tag for sharing your templates, and then you can go direct to creating our heading text. So let's do a h1 here. So let's do h1 margin bottom of 4, and then the text is going to be 4XL, text 4XL, then font of extra bold. So let's do font of extra bold, tracking to be tight. Then you're going to do a leading of none, and then text gray, MD text 5XL, LG text 6XL, and then inside here we're going to do a text. So let's do we invest in the future of development. So let's do in the future of development, like that. Come back and see now we have that text there, and then below here we're going to add a p tag. So I'm just going to copy the content of the p tag. So below the h1 we're going to do a p tag, which is going to have this text and those stylings. So you can see we are separating it by a margin. Here we have a margin bottom of 4, so we're separating the text from the heading, and then that's it. Now below here we're going to add a button. Okay, so we're going to do a button and then import it from components, and then we're going to just do a variant of custom. So let's do variant is going to be custom, like that, and then let's close it, and then let's do continue with Google. Continue with Google. So let's do continue with Google, like that. And then here we're going to add an on click provided by NextAuth. So you can see here we have the button, and we're supposed to have an image. So I'm going to be providing you with the image, but we're going to come to the public folder, and then you're going to paste the image I'll be providing, and then here, that's the image. And then below this button, and then below this div, we're going to add an image. Okay, so let's do an img, then you're going to add object of cover. So let's do object cover, like that. Then this CSS is going to come from the banner.jpg. Okay, banner.jpg, and then the alt is going to be hero image or banner image. And then I think we can do, let's see how it looks like. That's the image. We can do some more styling here of maximum width of XL. So let's do maximum width of XL, and then we can do an MX of auto, like that. Then let's come back. You can see at least we have that image. So the next thing we're going to do, we're going to make this button to be functional to take us to continue with Google. But first, let's come to the header, and then actually to the hero page and then copy this. Okay, then come to the header, paste it inside this button like that, and then add that so that anytime someone clicks this button, it takes them to that specific page. Okay, so you're going to open NextAuth for this next step. And then the first thing you're going to do is npm install NextAuth. So let's open our terminal. Okay, and then here we're going to do npm I or npm install and then next-auth like that. Then you're going to wait for it to install, and then we can scroll down to where it's giving us the steps to install. Here you can see we have it's saying inside the pages API we create an auth and then Next.js. So let's copy that auth then Next.js, copy, come back here, and then inside the API hit file and then paste it there. We're going to create that file, and then inside here it's saying we copy this. So let's copy, and then we're going to be using Google only. So let's close this, and then close also this because we're not going to be using those, and then delete these two. Then we're being left with only the Google provider. So you can see here we have these environment variables. We're going to be creating those in a while, but first what we need to do is remember when I was showing you how the application works, each user had their own session, right? So we're going to be creating that. So let's do that. So inside here, see export default auth authentication providers, we're going to provide callbacks. Okay, so below here we're going to do callbacks, and then these callbacks, let's see, inside here we are going to first add the user ID to a token. Okay, and then you are going to start by creating an async function and then create a JWT session. Okay, and then inside this JWT is going to have the token, and then it's also going to have our user. Okay, and then inside here you're going to add our user ID to the token, which will be in our JWT session token. So we're going to say if we have a user, what are we going to do? We are going to set the token dot ID to be equal to that user ID. Okay, so it's user dot ID, and then now after doing that you're going to return our user. Okay, so we're going to return not our user but our token like that. And then now here we are going to be creating we've checked for the token, and now here below here we're going to create a session for that token. So we're going to do async, then we're going to do session, and then you're going to do session, then you're going to also do a token, and then inside here we're going to add a session if the token is defined and it contains an ID of that specific user. So we are going to do if token, and if you have a token and you also have a token dot ID. Okay, so what are we going to do? We are going to make sure we create a session which is provided by NextAuth to be dot user and then dot ID. This is making sure that our session that we'll be creating by NextAuth comes with the user details, because I think it only has the session token only. And here we are passing the token, we're passing the user details, which are the user information, to that session token. And then you can hit Shift Alt F to format. Then the last thing you're going to do here is to return the session like that. So the next thing you're going to do is go back to the NextAuth website. I don't know if I've explained this correctly, but here we are making sure that we are passing in the user information to come with our session. I'll be showing you that session in the database. Okay, so now here you can see we have this client. We're supposed to install the session provider in our app.js, but before we do that, let's make sure that we create this what are they called, these environment variables. So collapse everything, and then the root of your folder do a .env, and then make sure you go to the .gitignore, and then below this .env.local you add .env. So every time you push your codes, you don't push together with the environment variables. And then inside here we are going to copy this, then paste it here, and then also this Google secret, okay, and then paste it here. So for this we're going to open Google console. Okay, so let's do Google console, developers console. So if you don't have any account, you're going to create one, and for me I already have an account. So let's see, you need additional access. Okay, you're going to hit create a new project, okay, and then you're going to name it as devdex, and then you're going to do, let me do app because I think I already have that installed, and then you're going to wait for it to create that project. And then once the project has been created, you're going to hit here, select a project, and then you're going to hit the project you've created, okay, and then you're going to hit API and services. If you don't have that page, that is. And then here you're going to hit on auth consent screen. And then choose how you want to configure and register your app. Is going to be external, and then create. And then app name, we're going to do devdex, like that. User support email, select that email, and then you can copy this. Then scroll down. If you have an app logo, app domain, you don't have those, and then you're going to come direct to developer contact information, add the email address, save and continue, and then also do the same here, save and continue, and then save and continue. And then after doing that, you're going to hit on credentials. Then you're going to create credentials, auth client ID. Then you're going to select the application type as a web application. For these authorized JavaScript origins, you're going to leave it as that, and then we need this authorized redirect URLs. To get URIs, to get those redirect URIs, you're going to come back to NextAuth, and then you're going to hit on the documentation, go straight to providers, okay, scroll down until you find Google, and then you can see here we have the authorized redirect URIs. If you've deployed your application, you're going to use this, but for us, we're in development, so let's copy this, then come back, then add the URL here. So this is the redirect URL for our application, then hit create. So once created, you're going to get this, copy this client ID, then come and paste it here, and then also do the same for the client secret, okay, like that. Then you can paste it here, and then by doing that, you have successfully imported this environment variable. So come back to the NextAuth, then scroll back to where we had the procedure. It's saying make sure your app is enclosed in a session provider. So copy the import, come to the app.js, then paste it here, and then make sure that all these are inside a session. So let's do inside a session provider, like that. Then paste it here, shift alt F, and then think we have something else. We need to pass in these page props. So let's copy them, come back. We have these page props, so you're just going to replace them with those ones. And then the next step is we're supposed to now start integrating, continue with Google. So here you see if we have a session, if we don't have a session, we copy this one. Okay, so let's copy this, come back to it was in the login page. So let's close others, and then inside here, inside this button, paste it there. Then make sure you import this from sign in from NextAuth. Okay, so I think we have that. So let's come back to our application and then try continue with Google. To avoid clicking continue with Google and then this button appears, you're going to come back to that sign in import and then you're going to do Google inside here. Okay, like that. And then come back. So if we hit continue with Google, let's come back again. Continue with Google. It's supposed to bring us directly to this page. So I can select this account, then you can hit continue. Like that. But after doing that, you'll notice that you've done that, but the user information has not been saved in our database. So to be able to do that, you're going to open NextAuth again, click documentation, and then go to adapters. Look for MongoDB because you'll be using MongoDB, and then you're going to install this MongoDB adapter. Come back here. Where's the terminal? I keep closing the terminal. And then paste it here. Make sure you install that adapter, and then we need this MongoDB URI. So let's open our .env, and then here we're going to do our MongoDB URI. So open MongoDB. If you don't have an account, you're going to create one. And then make sure you verify your email, all that, and then you're going to hit new project. So here we're going to do devdex and then app. Okay, so it's saying we have that app already. Okay, we can do devdex app and then one. I think that's better. We can do like that. We can do devdex app like that. And then you're going to hit next, create project. Then you're going to create a cluster. So let's hit create. Here you're going to select this free package and then leave everything else as it is and then hit create deployment. And then here you're going to create a new user. Okay, so you can either copy this password and then paste it somewhere, but you can change this to something else. So you can just do devdex and you can do 12. So, and then you're going to hit create database user. Once you've done that, choose a connection method, and then you're going to do drivers. You're going to hit drivers, and then you're going to copy this string. Okay, and then you're going to hit done. And by doing that, we have our MongoDB URI. So paste it inside here, then come back to NextAuth. So the next step is, so let's see. The next step is, we're not using actually we're using Next.js. Add the MongoDB client. Okay, so make sure you copy this one, this adapter. Let's come back to our application, and then you're going to open the NextAuth which we added, and then inside here you're going to add the adapter. Make sure you import the MongoDB adapter because you have installed it. Then come back here, the client promise you're going to be installing it right now. So copy this code below there, add the MongoDB client, come back here, and then inside the lib folder you're going to do, I think it's MongoDB. Let's do MongoDB.js. Okay, paste it here like that. And then it's saying we have all these errors, so you can delete this like that. And then you can also saying let's global with Mongo. So let's see. So we can delete this one to remove that TypeScript error because you're using JS. And then once you've done that, you have this other error, let's global, then as type of, let's see, type assertion expression can only be used in TypeScript. Quick fix. Okay. So we actually don't need this, right? So let's remove them. So we have the in development mode use a global variable. Okay, so we are supposed to have, if there's no global, then with Mongo, let's see. So first, let's go through this because I didn't know they changed this to only use. I didn't know they added this changes. So let's check this one. So first we're checking if we don't have a MongoDB URI, then URI process, and then here we're doing options. Okay, and then let client promise, and then if you're in development, let's do this. Then if there is no global, so what if we change? Anyway, we can do, I think that will work. If it doesn't work, we're going to come here and change it. Okay, so let's import this client promise from MongoDB, and then you can come back to application and then try signing in again. So continue with Google. So it's saying that global with Mongo is not defined. So let's come here and then MongoDB.js, and then you can remove this, make it do global. Okay, with that, let's come back. Error. So signing to start using your templates, then continue with Google. Now here we can select an account. So let's do a Clarka lead. And then let's open our MongoDB, refresh. We're supposed to get one user in our database. So let's see. So we can browse collections. And then here you can see we have this test data, we have the accounts, we have the sessions, the ones I was telling you, we have the session, and now it has the ID for that specific user, and then we have the users, which is the email I've used, meaning we have users in our database. So what are we going to do next? We're going to create our dashboard page. So let's come back here to the pages, and then collapse everything, and then clear everything. Then inside the pages, we're going to do a dashboard directory. So let's do dashboard. Then we're going to do an index.js, REFCE. Okay, and then here we're going to do dashboard like that. And then now, before actually we do that, we're supposed to check if we actually have a session in our session storage, right? So that's now we don't have this login button, and now we have the avatar for the profile. Okay, so let's come back to the header section, and then if we come to the next words, then scroll down, you'll notice here we are checking if we have a session. If we have a session, we add the sign out, and if we don't have a session, we sign in. So let's copy this session. Okay, and then come here and paste it. Make sure you import the use session from the NextAuth, and then what you're going to do here is in this button you're going to first delete it, and then we're going to check if we have a session. Okay, so if you have a session, first we are going to do an avatar for the image, right? And then if we don't have a session, that's when we are going to show the sign in, the login button. So like that, Shift Alt F. Then now let me close this one. So inside this, we are going to import an avatar. So let's do an avatar, and the avatar is going to come to our UI avatar, which we installed with Chatcn. And then inside this avatar, we are going to have an avatar image. Let's do an avatar image from UI. Don't import it from what is it called, Radix UI. And then it's going to have to be session.user.image. And then inside this avatar, we need to be taken to the dashboard when you click that avatar. So let's see. Now you can see we have the avatar, the image for that specific email. And then we need an on click here. So let's do on click. So this on click is going to do a window, yeah, like that. We're going to do a window.location.ref, and it's going to take us to dashboard, not profile. So let's do dashboard like that, and then let's come back and see if we have the, to click it. Are we taken to the dashboard? Yeah, it actually takes us to the dashboard, and then we can actually add some class names here. So let's do a class name of cursor to be pointer. Yeah, like that. So if I come back here, then you can now see that it's now the cursor is now pointer. So what else do we need to do? We need to check, and if, like, let's say if we come back to the home page, and then now it's still signing to start, and then if we hit it, we are being taken to the sign up page, to the login page, which we are not supposed to have that since we already have a session. So what are we going to do? You're going to copy this one and then come to the login page and then paste it here, the session. Okay, and then make sure you import it from NextAuth. So let's import it from NextAuth, and then here where we have the button, we're going to remove the button first. Okay, and then we're going to do this. Inside here, we're going to do session. Then we're going to also do the same we did for the login button. And then if you don't have a session, pass in that. And then if we have a session, what are you going to do? We are going to actually, button is going to be one click, going to be share your templates. Let's do share your templates. So let's do share your templates, like that. And then what are we missing? We have an error. So actually it's supposed to be this, supposed to be that. And then we don't need to sign in. When you hit this, we need to do what? We need to do this one. One click, we need to be taken to the dashboard. So let's copy this one and then paste it here. Okay. And then we actually, let's see. So share your templates, but we don't need this page to be accessed if we have a session, right? So how are we going to make sure that this page is not accessed if we have a session available? So below here, we're going to do a use effect. Okay, so let's do a use effect to check if we have a session. So let's do, actually, that's it. So if we have a session, okay, we need to actually, instead of this one, we're going to do a router.push. Then it's going to take us to the dashboard. Okay, and then we're going to define this router. So it's going to be const router, going to be is equals to use router from next router. Make sure you import it, and then let's see, we're going to pass in, this one is going to be router, like that. We're going to pass in the session here, and then also our router. So this one is going to check if we have a session. Okay, so let's come back. So you'll notice now we are in the dashboard, and if we try to access the login, it's always going to redirect us to the dashboard since we have a session active. And then what else do we need? We need to come to our hero page. Okay, so inside the hero page, remember we had the, what is it called? This button, sign in to start sharing your templates. Okay, and we actually need to change that so that when we click it, it takes us to our dashboard. Okay, so what you're going to do next is we are going to copy this again. You can define this use session somewhere so that you don't keep importing it over, copying it over and over again, and then you can actually define it yourself. So data is equals to session. So here we're going to cut this, and then we're also going to check if we have a session. Okay, so we're going to do, if we have a session, let's do something different. But if we don't have a session, let's show that, let's see if we have a session. Okay, let's do that. And then if we don't have a session, let's pass in the button. Okay, let's paste it here. Why am I getting that? Okay, let's Control X, then let's do session, like that, and then question mark. Then inside here we're going to paste our button, and then let's see, we add something inside here, a button. Okay, and then this one is going to be share your templates. So let's do share your templates. Okay, and then this is going to take us to dashboard. So by doing that, you have made sure that we limit access to the login page if we have a session, and then you've changed this button to share your templates, which is going to take us to our dashboard page. So now what you're going to do is come to our dashboard here. Where is it? Inside this dashboard page, we're going to create a layout for the dashboard and some content for the dashboard. So to do that, you're going to come to the components. Okay, so inside the components, you're going to add a new folder, and then let's do components like that. Not components, sorry. Do you like to, yes, so not components but dashboard like that. And then inside this dashboard, you're going to create some dashboard content. Okay, so let's do dashboard, not actually the dashboard content, but we need a layout for the dashboard. So let's do dashboard layout.jsx, and then we can do rafce like that. And then now inside this dashboard layout is where we are going to have our children for that specific layout for the dashboard. So inside here, we're going to pass in our children like that, and then you can remove this. Okay, and then inside here we can do a div. So let's do a margin x of auto. Okay, and then here we're going to do justify to be center, justify center. We can do items to be center. So let's do items to be center like that, and then you can do a margin top of 20. So let's do margin top of 20, and then the minimum height to be screen, minimum height to be screen like that. Then inside this div, we're going to do a dashboard header. Okay, dashboard header like that. So you can comment it for now like that. We're going to pass in our dashboard header, which will be a sidebar actually for the profile. Then here we're going to do a padding of 4. Okay, then you're going to do in SM, we need a margin left of 80, margin left of 80. Then inside this div, you're going to do another padding of 4. We're going to do a border. Okay, so let's do border. Then we're going to do border to be gray 200. And then what else? We're going to do rounded like that, beige of white. And then we don't need a shadow, but we need a width of height of full like that. And then inside here is where we're going to pass in our children. So what are we going to create next? Our dashboard header, which is our sidebar. So let's do how do we create this dashboard header .jsx rafce like that. And then inside this dashboard header, we are going to add a lot of things. Okay, so let's remove this first. And then first we're going to start by a flex. Okay, then you're going to do justify to be between. Then you're going to do items to be center. Then inside this div, you're going to have here is where you add the button. So let me add it for you. So button to toggle the sidebar in mobile. Okay, so for this one is an assignment. You're going to do it so that you don't make the the video so long. Okay, and then here is where you're going to first start by creating our aside component. So let's do aside is going to have, so let's first do that. Then you're going to add some class names here. Okay, then remove this one and then add this. We're going to make it fixed, and then you're going to do an index of 40. We're going to do a width of 80. You remember we added for the children a margin left of 80. So here we're going to do a height of auto, and then we're going to do a transition. So we're going to do a transition. So let's do transition transform. Okay, transition transform, which is going to be Actually, we can remove this transform here, transition, because this transition is added when, like, let's say we've added the button, so like their sidebar comes from the x-axis with certain transitions, right? So inside their side, we're going to do a div. Okay, so the div is going to have a height of full, like that. Then inside here, we're going to do a padding x of 3, padding y of 4, and then we're going to do an overflow. So let's do an overflow y of auto abg gray of 50. So let's do abg gray of 50, and then we can do an unordered list inside here. So let's do an ordered list. Then you're going to do space y, which is going to be 2, and then you can do a font of medium. Okay, so let's do a font medium. Then inside here we're going to do a list like that, and then inside this list you're actually going to have a width of full. So let's do a width of full, and then maximum width to be small, and then we're going to do a bg of white. So let's do bg of white, a border, and as usual a border gray of 200, a rounded md, and then a shadow, then these stylings for, but you don't need this because you're not applying dark mode. So inside this div you're going to do another div which is going to start by flex, and then you're going to do flex column, then you're going to do an item center. So let's do items to be center. So items center, then what else? I'm going to do a padding of 3. So let's see. Actually we need to be able to see what you're creating here, so we can uncomment this, and then make sure you import it. So let's import it, and then if we come back to application, actually no, we need to add something else here. So let's do dashboard content. So let's do content.jsx, and then rfc, right? rfc like that, and then inside the dashboard index page we're going to remove this because we need to see what you're creating, and then inside here we're going to do dashboard. We're going to start by dashboard layout. Okay, then inside the dashboard layout we need the dashboard header, right? So let's do dashboard header. And then after the dashboard header we need the dashboard contents. Nice. So I think we need those. Then if you come back here you can see we have this for the header, then you have these for the children. Okay, so let's see. Actually let's remove this one. Okay, we had the dashboard header in the dashboard layout. So in the index page you only need the dashboard layout which has the header, and then we need the dashboard content. So let's see, as you can see we have the dashboard content here, and then we have the profile which is going to be inside there. So let's come back to our dashboard header and then continue creating this page. So what do we need inside this padding 3? We need an image. Okay, so we're going to do an image, and then this src is going to be our session image, right? And then we're going to make sure we import our session like we did earlier. So let's see, we can import it from the hero page. Okay, and then come to our dashboard header, we can close others, then paste it here. Sorry, we can paste it inside here. So let's see, and then import it from NextAuth, and then inside this image you're going to have a session.user.image like that, and then the alt is going to be the session.user.name. So let's do session, then .user, then dot, is it name? Yeah, like that. And then what else do we need? We need some more styling for this image. We need a width of 24 so that at least it looks better. So let's do class name of width of 24, then height of 24. and then a margin bottom of 3, rounded to be full. What else? Need a shadow. Okay, shadow. So let's see a shadow of LG. So let's see. At least I added the rounded full, right? No, it looks like that. So let's refresh. Nice, that's better. And then now below this image, we need what? We need a text, a h5, which is going to be our name. So let's do a h5. It's going to have a margin bottom of 1, like that. And then inside here, we are going to do text excel. It's going to be text to be excel, and then font of medium. So let's do font medium, and then text to be primary. So let's do text to be primary, which you can make it gray 900. And then what else do we need? To pass in the session name. So let's do session dot user and then dot name, like that. So you can see we have a curly there, and then I think I added some. So inside the dashboard layout, you have a margin top of 20. I don't know why it's not working. So dashboard margin top of 20. Also for the header, so we can add it here. So let's do margin top of 20. Then see if it will move it down. It's fixed. So let's see. Let's add some span for the email, and then we'll change that later. So let's do span, and then dot text to be at least small. So let's do text SM, and then the text is going to be gray. Text to be gray, then at least 600. What else do we need here? Nothing for now. And then here we're going to do session.user.email, like that. And then now we need the button below here. So let's do a button. Make sure you import it. Don't forget to import it. And then it's going to be dashboard. Okay, let's do dashboard. This I added this so that when you are creating and then you want to go back to the dashboard page, you have it there, and then you can do a variant. So let's do a variant. And then this variant is going to be outline. Then we need some classes. So let's do class name to be with the full. So let's do class name. Then it's going to be with the full, and then a margin top of 2, like that. Then inside we need, when we click this button, so let's see, we have that, but I don't know why that is moving up, so we can fix that. So let's see. So this is the dashboard header, right? So first of all, you had the aside, we added some fixed as index of 40, width of 80, height of auto, and then okay, let's see if we can add the SM to be, can add a transition first. So let's do transition. We did transition transform, right? So let's do transition transform, and then let's see, we have the translate text to be full, and then we need a same translate text of 0, but I don't think that is going to change. Let's see, still the same thing. So let's see, we added that, and then inside that div we have a height of full, padding x of 3, padding y of 4, overflow y of auto, and then pg. Okay, so I think if you come back to our dashboard layout, have the margin x auto, justify center, item center, and then items, justify center, item center, margin top. Okay, what you actually need here is the button that, what is called a div below. So I'm going to add this button. Okay, so let's see, let me put the code here for the button. So let me remove this, then Now there we have the code for the button. So here you can see we have this on click. I'm going to remove this one so you can use it as reference. And then okay, let's come back, refresh the dashboard. We have that error again. So let's see, we have this button which helps us to make sure that the site is responsive on mobile phones, right? So let's try to do a home page here, then see if share your templates. Okay, let's check about that error. So it's saying get static pads. Okay, can restart the application, but actually let me see, we have this flex. Okay, I think I know where the problem is. I think so this aside is not supposed to be here, so let's push it down here. Then let's see, let's refresh that. Yeah, as you can see it has changed. Let's revert the changes. Then yeah, so this aside is not supposed to be inside that div actually, and then this div is supposed to be for the button itself. So let's remove this because you can see that they are a little bit similar. So shift alt F to format, then now you have that. So you have the dashboard, button, and then here we are going to add another button below this one. So let's copy this one, then paste it down here, and then this one is going to be logout. Okay, so let's do logout. Then for this one, it's going to have the same functionalities, but here we're going to do on click. So we're going to add an on click here. Okay, so we're going to do an on click and it's going to be logout. So let's see, an on click of logout, so that when we click that button you are logged out. But if you come here, something I noticed, okay, if you come to this website and then you see here saying sign out, if you add this directly, you'll notice that if you sign out when you're in the dashboard, is going to hide the content, but you are still in the dashboard. So when you log out, you need to be pushed back to the home page, so that now the home page, what is it called, the dashboard, is not accessible if you don't have a session, right? So let's define the logout function there. So it's going to be, actually this is AI suggestion is wrong, so let's do async function, and it's going to be async function is going to be logout, like that. And then inside here we're going to do await. Okay, then it's going to have router, of which you need to define that router first, and then it's going to be push. We're going to push to our home page. Okay, and then let's define that router from next router. So let's do const router from next router. Make sure you import the next router from the used router from next router, and then change this from this to router. It's going to have router await router.push, and then we're going to perform the sign out. Okay, let's do await and then sign out from NextAuth React, like that. So here we have sign out, and then by doing that we're going to make sure that we actually don't have any session. So let's do logout, then you are taken to the home page. You see it works. So let's do sign in, then continue with Google, like a lead, and then there we have it. So what are we going to do in our dashboard content is where we need now to first add a card. Okay, so is the card that is saying new project. Okay, so here we're going to import a card. Then make sure you import it from UI card. Then we're going to have some card content here. So let's do card content. Then you're going to add some classes for this one. So inside the card content, you're going to have a h1, and it's going to have new template instead of new project. Okay, templates like that. And then let's see, you can see we have this new template. Okay, so we need to style this card. So first of all, here we need some class names. So let's do class name, and then we're going to do a width of 320 pixels. Okay, so let's do 320 pixels, that's better. And then the height is not going to be 200, it's going to be auto, so that it takes the height of the cards. BG gray of 100, cursor to be pointer, because you're going to be clicking that card. And then margin bottom of 3. Then we need a hover. Okay, then the hover is going to be BG of white, that's better. Then we're going to add an on click here. So let's close this first, and then here we're going to do an on click. So actually we need to just copy the on click we had. So let's copy this on click, dashboard content, and then we're going to paste it here. And then window.location, instead of taking us to the login, it's going to take us to dashboard. Okay, and then inside the dashboard you're going to have projects, and then you're going to have a new tab. Okay, so dashboard, projects, new. And then let's see how that button looks like. So we have that new template button, and then in this card content it also needs some styling. So let's do class name. It's going to have flex item center, justified to be center. So let's just do that. We're going to also have a flex column, margin top. We need a margin top. Okay, of 2. What else? The text to be at least center. Let's see. Yeah, what else do we need here? We need the plus icon. So we're going to come to Lucid and then look for an icon. So let's do plus icon. So this one is better. Let's see how this one looks like. So we're just going to do a plus icon above the, let's do plus, then import it like that. Yeah, we can use those stylings, and then let's see, we have that plus icon. That looks better. It's not bad, but you can do, instead of this plus icon, we can do the circle one, right? So let's do Control Shift L, and then let's do circle. It's that one. Yeah, so let's delete this and then make this circle plus. So let's see, at least that one is better. So what you're going to create next is this page, which is projects new, so that you can be able to actually create the templates. Okay, let's now start uploading new templates. So to do that, let's go to the dashboard, and then we have created the route project and then new. So let's do projects. Okay, and then hit enter. Inside this project we need a new directory, so let's do new and then index.js, like that. So here we're going to do rafce, and then you can do new templates. Actually this was supposed to be templates, but there's no problem. And then let's see if we actually get that route. So if we hit new project, you can see now we are getting a new templates page. So let's remove this. Okay, and then here we need to first start with the dashboard layout, because we are still in the dashboard, right? So let's do dashboard layout, and then let's do that. And then you can see here now we have the dashboard profile, and then you have this new template. But to do this, because we need to create new projects and we need to edit existing templates, we need a component for that. So we're going to come to the components, and then here we're going to create a template form or project form. So let's do template form, and then let's do .jsx like that. Then we're going to do rafce, then come to the index page for the template, for the new template, and then import the template form. Okay, like that. So let's do template form from template like that. So if we come back here, you'll notice now we have the template form, and for this template form is going to handle both uploading, what is called uploading, the editing and uploading new templates. So let's move it inside the dashboard like that. Then it's supposed to, yeah, it has updated the input. So let's close all other pages, and then we are left with the template form like that. So let's remove this. Then now here we are going to start by creating a form. Okay, so let's do a form, and then this form is going to be just padding of 3. Okay, and then you don't need an action, so we can delete the action. And then after the padding 3, we are going to do space y of 6. Okay, so let's do space, then y, and then 6. Inside this form, we're going to start by adding an input. Okay, so let's do an input for the title of the template. And then inside this, so let's see if we have an input. We have an input there. So we're going to add some few styling. So let's do, the type is going to be text. Okay, so let's do text. And then you're going to add a placeholder. So the placeholder is going to be template name. Okay, so let's do template name or template title like that. And then you're going to, let's see, you have that template name. Okay, so later on when we'll be sending this data, we're going to add values, but for now let's leave it like that. Then below here we're going to do a grid. Okay, and then inside this grid is going to have columns of 3, so that each takes columns of 3 and then a gap of 4. So let's do 3. Inside here we're going to do a select. Okay, and then for these select elements, so let's see, here you're supposed to have a grid. For these select elements, you're going to have the data where we are choosing from, right? And for that data, I've already created data for that, so I'm going to be pasting the data. So you're going to come to the root directory, and then you're going to add a new file. Okay, so we're going to do data.js, then paste the data there. This one, the CSS packages, web framework names, so you can change this according to what you want. Okay, so and then inside this grid is where we are going to map all our, what is it called, all our web frameworks. Okay, so we are going to start with the select field for our framework. So let's do, it's actually supposed to be, let's say, select. Okay, like that. And then we actually don't need the name, we don't need the ID, so you can remove this. And then let's do a class name, and then this class name is going to be border. Then you're going to do rounded MD, so it's going to be rounded MD. And then you're going to do padding X of 3, and then padding Y of 2, and then with the full. Okay, with the full like that. Then inside this select, we're going also to have some values and some on change, but for now let's do some options. Okay, so this is not going to have a value, so let's do select a framework. Let's do a framework like that. And then after this option, we're going to have to map our web framework names, which are coming from our data. So let's do web framework names dot map. Okay, like that. And then you're going to do framework, actually it's supposed to be like that. And then we can change this, actually we can let it stay like that. And then if we click this, you can see now we have all our frameworks. And then you're going to repeat that procedure. So let's copy this select, and then paste it down here, paste it again, Then you're going to change this from web framework names to CSS. We had CSS. Let's see. I think it's CSS. Yeah, CSS packages. Then you're going to change this from framework. Then you can do name. And then this one is going to have our use cases. Okay, so let's do use cases like that. And then this one is also going to be name. Okay, like that. And then it's going to be select CSS. And then here we're going to say select a use case like that. So Shift Alt F so that we format, and then let's come back. Then you can see at least that's better, right? Then now below this one, you're going to have some input fields for the deployment link and the repository link. So the repository link. So we are going to start with the grid, and then grid calls to be 2. And then you can do a gap of 4. And then inside here, we're going to have an input. Okay. So let's actually copy the inputs we had here, then paste it here twice. So let's come back. We have to, yeah, that's better. And then this one is going to be type for both of them is going to be URL. And then this one is going to start by deployment link, the deployed link. So let's be deployed. You can do deployed link, right? So you can do deployed link there, and then you're going to add also values and on change. And then here we're going to do the repository link. Okay, like that. So let's see. Have the deployed link and the repository link. And then now below here, we're going to add our images. Okay, Shift Alt F. And then below this div, we're going to add another div. And this div is going to be a grid also. We're going to have a width of full, like that. And then we're going to have items to be center. And then what else? We're going to have a gap of, can do 1, no problem. And then inside this div, we're going to have a label. Okay, so we're going to have a label. Make sure you import it from UI, not Radix. And then here we're going to say template images. So let's see, have the template images there. And then what else? Below this label, we need an input. Okay, so let's do an input, and then it's going to be type of file, like that. And then let's see, choose file. So we have a gap of 1, we can do a gap of 2. Let's see if it will change that. Yeah, so if we click this one, we are prompted to select an image, and then below here is where we are going to map all our images. So for now, we're going to skip that. And then below here, because we're going to be showing all the images, so let's see. Below here, we're going to see, we are going to add a comment and say our images. Okay, then below this div now is where you're going to have our React Quill editor. So you're going to open your browser and you're going to look for React Quill. Okay, let's do React Quill. Then let's do npm, and then you're going to copy this one. Okay, and then open the terminal, and then I'm going to show you how you can set up the React Quill so that you have many options. Now, what you're going to first do before actually importing the React Quill, you're going to start by creating the imports for the React Quill. Okay, so below this import, you're going to do a const React. This is the one that works for Next.js. So let's do const and then React Quill. So let's do React, then let's do Quill, like that. And then it's going to be equals to dynamic, import it from next, dynamic, then import React Quill, and then the SSR is going to be false. Actually, that's correct. Then make sure you, let's see, can you import this React Quill? It hasn't yet, but we are defining React Quill, right? So let's see. Let's come back here, and then below this React Quill, you're going to have our React Quill module. So let's do const, and then you're going to do modules. Okay. Then we're going to start with the toolbar. Then say this toolbar is going to be an array. We're going to start by having a header, okay, an array of header. Let's do header. Yeah, and then we're going to have all this, actually, no problem. And then below here we're going to have the italic, underline, all those. So let's copy them. Okay, let's delete this one. So we have added, so let's see, we have added the header, the bold, italic, underline. Why am I getting this? So let's remove that. Then let's remove this. Then let's remove this. But you're supposed to have a toolbar, and then inside the toolbar, actually, it's not supposed to be an array inside the toolbar. And then you're going to add some commas here, like that. So you have the list, ordered list, bullets, then you have the indent and all that. And then below here, we're going to have the link, image, video. Okay. So let's do, and then you have that clean one. But you're going to add something here, which is going to be, let's see, after the video, we are going to have a code block. So let's see, code block, like that. So now we have all those, and then we're also going to add something else here, which is for the color. So let's see, I'm going to add color. Let's do color to help users change the color of the text. And then after this, we're going to have the clipboard match visual to be false, like that. Then what else? Below now the modules, you have all those modules. So I'm going to show you where the modules are. Actually, now below here, we're going to now collect all these modules and pass them inside these formats. Okay, so you can see we have all of this code block, header, and all that. And now we have created our React Quill. So what are we going to do? We're going to make sure that we have it in our project. So below here, so we are going to start by doing the React Quill, like that. Then let's come back to our browser and then open here. And see if we have a procedure. You can see it saying that we import React Quill from, but we have added the dynamic Next.js. So we are supposed to import this. So this is the theme for the one we'll be using. So let's paste it here. And then let's see, you can see we're supposed to pass in the theme, the value, no, the theme only for the ones they are showing here. But for us, we have what? We have the modules, we have the formats, right? So what are we going to do? We are going to first pass in the, so let's see, first pass in our theme. So let's see, we're going to start by the theme is going to be snow, pass in the modules and pass in the modules and pass in the formats. So let's see how that, if we have now the editor in our browser, it's not visible. Let's see, what else do we need to add? We have the theme, modules. We're going to add the value, the on change. So let's do a placeholder of description or describe your, so let's do describe your template, like that. And then we are going to also add some few styling. So let's do class name, and then we can do flex to be grow. So let's do flex to be grow. Then what else? Margin y of 3, and then a height of out. So let's see. Now you can see we have our editor and it actually works. So let's do FF, and then you can see we have all these headings, we have all those. You can make this text bold, can make it can change the color to, let's see if you can change the color, and then you can make it a code block. You can add images directly, you can add video links and all that, but we need some styling so that you can actually see the changes when we save the edit. So like, let's say we've changed this to heading 1, we need to see how the heading 1 looks like, right? So on the project, you're going to find, what is it called, the my CSS. You're going to copy the whole CSS code from my GitHub, and then I'm going to show you how it looks like. So let's open our styles. Here it is, and then let's come here, and then let's do that, and then let's do this. Shift Alt F to format. Here you can see I have a media query for small screens, medium screens, large screens, and then here you can see we have the Quill syntax. This one is for the React Quill, and then you have some few styling, so that if you come back here, then select this, let's see if it will change. You can see that now it changes, right? If we click this one, we do normal, you can see how the text now looks like. Okay, and you can actually use this React Quill editor in all your projects. So let's come back to our template form and finish setting it up. What else do we need to add? We need to add the button to help us submit this form. Okay, so let's come here and do a button, just a basic button, but we're going to make sure that we implement it later after we have added the functionality. So let's do button, and then you're going to do create project. Okay, then let's do create project or create template, and then we need let's see, we have actually imported the button. Let's see. Okay, import it from the UI, and then here we need a plus icon. Okay, so let's look for that icon. Let's see, we can use this, see in action, and then copy, and then below this, inside this button, we're going to do that folder plus icon, and then close it, and then import it from Lucid React, and then do a height, a width, and then also do a margin right of 2, but change this from 6 to 4 so that it's not that big. Come back to application, and now we have the create template. So what are we going to do next? We're going to make sure that when we click create template, we're actually able to create template. So to do that, we're going to collapse everything here, and then we're going to first start. Now you finished that, you're going to come back to this project form later, template form later, but for now we need some few things at the what is it called, root of your directory. Add models. Okay, add models, and then inside that model you're going to do project.js, because we actually need, what do we need, what are we expecting from our template? We need some few data. So here we're going to do const to define our project schema, our template schema. So let's do template schema, and then it's going to be is equals to new, and then schema. Okay, like that. So it's going to be new schema, and then now inside here is where we're going to be adding our objects. So we need to first install Mongoose for this, because that's what we need to be creating schemas inside MongoDB. So let's do npm I, then Mongoose, like that, because we're going to import this schema from Mongoose. Let's wait for it to install. Now let's import this schema from Mongoose. So import it like that, and then now inside this template schema, we are going to do what? We are going to add a user object, okay? And for this user object, we're going to take every template is going to have the user information, the one who created that template, right? So we're first going to start with the user, okay? And then now this user is going to be of type schema. So let's do type schema dot types dot. Not going to be, let's first do that. Is going to reference user. Nope. We're going to do schema types is going to be mixed. So let's do mixed here. And then let's remove this. And then it's going to be required. Okay, so you can't create a template without a user. And then below here we're going to do title. We need a title for the template, which is going to be type string, and it's going also to be required. Okay, then below here we need a description for that template. We need a date created that. And then what else do we need? We were adding some CSS. Okay, so the CSS is the CSS package. Here we are going to be, it's going to be type of string. It's not going to be required. So let's do type then string like that. And then what else? So here we need a comma. After the CSS we need the use case, we need the framework. So let's copy this one and then paste it down here. We need, this one is going to be for the framework like that. And then below here we need another one for the use case. Let's do use case. Then we need another one for the deployment link. So let's do deployment link. Then we need another one for the repository link. Okay, so let's do repository link. And then what else do we need? We need images, and the images are going to be arrays. So let's do images, going to be an array. Then it's going inside that array is going to be type of string. Okay, so let's do string. And then by doing that we are getting all the data we need for the project, right? So let's see. So now what we need to do is to export our template schema. So let's do export, going to be const template. So let's do template, then it is equals to models. So let's do models dot template. So let's do dot template, and then actually this is the one. So let's remove this one. So models.template, model template, and then pro template schema. So what we need to do next is go directly to the API so that you can create the API for that. So let's go to the pages API and then create one for, we can name it template.js, template.js. But before we do this, because when creating templates we actually need to connect to our MongoDB, right? We need to make a connection to our database. So to do that, collapse these components, open your lib, and then inside here let's do a mongoose and then .js. Then here we're going to first do an export function. So let's do function, then mongoose connect. So this one is going to help us when we are creating new projects. We first connect to the database. Okay, so mongoose connect. So let's do if, we're going to do if mongoose connection. So let's do mongoose dot connection. Make sure you import it, connection like that dot ready state is equals to 1. So let's do is equals to 1. We're going to do what? We're going to return mongoose dot connection. So let's do mongoose dot connection. So let's say mongoose dot connection, and then it's going to be as promise like that. And then come below here, actually do an else statement, and then if you don't have that, If we don't have a connection, if we have a connection, we do what? We connect to our MongoDB. So let's see, URI, const URI is equals to process.env, process.env, and then dot, I think we save this as MongoDB URI. Let's see, .env, and then you have this here, and come here and paste it like that, and then you're going to return the mongoose connect URI. Then you're not supposed to use this. I think they say it's depreciated, so return mongoose.connect and then URI. So by that you are connecting to our mongoose. So let's come back to our template.js. So here we're going to start by export default, and then async function is going to be async function because you're going to have some awaits inside to help connect with mongoose, and then function handle request and response. So let's do handle request response, request, then response. Okay, like that. And then the first thing you're going to do here is going to define the method. So let's do const method, supposed to be like this, method const method is equals to the request. Okay, now shift alt F. After we have defined the method, what are we going to do? We are going to connect to our database. So let's do mongoose connect chatis, like that. And then here we are first going to start by the function of creating the template. So we're going to do if, then method is equals to post. So let's do method is equals to post. We're going to start by post with post, like that. If the method is post, we're going to first do const. Let's do const. Then here we're going to pass in everything that you have created. Actually, we've added the title, right? No, we have added with the, let's put them side by side so that you can see what you're working with. So open to the sides like that. And then I've closed the wrong. Let's open this one, put it here, close this one. So we have started this, all these are going to come from the request.body from our front end. Okay, so let's just put that. And then now inside here we've started with our user. Okay, we're going to do title, we have description, we have our CSS, we have our use case, what else? We have our framework. So let's see, framework, and then we have our deployment link, and then we have our repository link, so let's see, and then we have our images. Is it images, repository link, deployment, framework, use case, CSS, description, title, and the user? So let's close this one, and then if the method is post, if we are creating, we're going to create a document. So let's do const, and then let's do template doc. So let's do a template doc and make this a small t, and then const template doc is equals to await, and then you're going to do templates. So let's import our template. Make sure you import the templates from models project, and then dot, we're going to do a create. Okay, and then inside here we're going to pass in all these: title, description, images, and also the user. So let's copy all this, Control-C, and then paste it here. Then after we've created that, what are we going to do? We're going to respond with JSON. So let's do respond the JSON, our template document. So like that. Then with that, we are successfully creating the templates. Okay, so our next method is get. Okay, no, not, yeah, actually get. So we can do get. If method is get, so let's do if method is equals to get. Here is when you are fetching our templates, right? What are we going to do? We are going to do this. So let's do this const. Let's copy this one and paste it down here. But for this, we're going to add our ID for that specific template. So we have ID, user, title, and all that. And then after getting them from the request body, what are we going to do? We are going to await, and then we're going to actually, this one is for the, let's say, if method, this one is supposed to be if method is equals to when we are updating a template. Okay, so it's going to be await and then template, and then we're going to do dot update one, like that. And what are we going to update? First, our ID. So let's do underscore ID, and then after that, inside that ID, we update the rest, all this. Control C. So we're going to paste it inside here. And then after doing an update, we respond with true. Okay, so let's do respond.json. Then you're going to do true, like that. So the next step is if it's get. Okay, so let's copy this one, then paste it here. So here we're going to change this from put to get. And then now inside here, what you're going to do is if, and then request query. So inside our query, so let's do request.query. Okay, all this will be coming from the front end. So let's do if request, then inside our query we have or we don't have the ID. So let's do, must make sure the ID is present. We're going to respond with JSON. So let's do respond with JSON, and then await, and then template.find by ID. Let's copy this one. Okay, so await template.find by ID, and then it's actually not supposed to be find by ID, it's supposed to be find one. So let's do await template.find one. We're going to find it by the request query .id, which is not. Okay, let's remove this and then let's add this. We're going to do that. The underscore ID is going to be the request query.id, and then else respond with JSON await template.find. What else are we remaining with? It's the delete method. Okay, so here we're going to do if the method is equals to delete. So let's copy this one. Then you can change some few things. If method is equals to delete, like that. If method is equals to delete, if request query ID, we're going to remove this. Okay, if request query .id, so we're going to do await template.delete one, the ID, and then respond with true, like that. So by doing that, you've successfully created our API for the adding our template. So let's see, we don't have any errors. The next thing you're going to do before we go back to our template form to be able to add all this to our database, what you're going to do is you're going to create our upload folder, our upload API. Remember when we were starting this video, I told you that we are going to be using Cloudinary. So let's do an API to help us upload to Cloudinary. So let's do upload.js. Then here we are going to install some few things. Okay, so let's open our terminal again, and then you're going to first start by installing multi-party. Okay, so let's do multi-party. Then you're also going to do Cloudinary, like that. npmi multi-party, and then you add Cloudinary. First, before we do anything else, we're going to configure our Cloudinary credentials. But you can start by doing an export default async function. Let's do async function, and then handle request response. So let's do handle and then request response, like that. And then inside here we are going to first start to connect to our MongoDB. So let's do await mongoose.connect. I think it was mongoose connect. Yeah, here it is, mongoose connect. And then below here now we can start creating our parser, which is we can start uploading our images to our Cloudinary. But first, below here, let's do Cloudinary. So let's do Cloudinary. It's written like that, Cloudinary. Yeah, dot v2.config. Okay, so let's see if we'll get an AI suggestion. So let's see, we are going to start with the cloud underscore name. So let's do cloud underscore name. That is the cloud name. Okay, going to be from process.env and then dot cloudinary underscore cloud underscore name. Okay, and then below here we're going to have our API key, our Cloudinary API key. So let's do API underscore key. Then what else are we going to have here? Our API secret. So let's see. So actually this is the one we've gotten a suggestion. So it's Cloudinary API key and then Cloudinary API secret. So we are going to first fetch this. So let's paste them inside our .env. So we have our Cloudinary name. Okay, then we have our Cloudinary API key. So let's do is equals and then Cloudinary API key, and then what else? Our Cloudinary API secret. So let's paste it here. So we're going to go to our Cloudinary and see if we can get these details. So let's see. Here's the Cloudinary. Make sure you log in. If you don't have an account, create one. And then I'm going to use an account that doesn't have any images yet. So let's do continue here. Then you're going to have this page, and then here you can see you have the data. You can go to the dashboard to actually see the information. Okay, and then you can see you have the cloud name here. So you're going to copy it, or you can change it in your settings. Okay, so here you're going to do a string and then paste it there, and then you can copy the API key. So here it is, paste it there. Then you can copy the API secret like that, Cloudinary API secret. And then yeah, so what do we need to do? Go back to our upload.js, and then you can close this one. So inside our upload.js, we're going to first start by, we have connected to our MongoDB, right? And then what else do we need to do here? So let me move this. Let's see. So here we are going to start by creating a new instance for the form. Okay, so we're going to do a const, and then it's going to be form. We're going to be using multi-party, that's why you installed it. Okay, so it's going to be is equals new multi-party. So let's do multi-party. It didn't suggest on that. Okay, so let's do dot form, and then like that. Then import the multi-party, install Cloudinary and import multi-party and Cloudinary. So here we're going to do multi-party dot form. This is supposed to be capital F. So we've started by creating our form. The next thing you're going to do is to pass the incoming request using the parser we've created. Okay, so we're going to do const and then the fields. Let's see, fields. Then you're going to do also the files. Then it's going to be is equals to await new going to be promise here. Let's see promise, and then actually this is the one. Form.pass request error fields and then files. If error, we reject the error. Resolve fields and then files. Actually, that's the one. And then now what you're going to do here, below this function, you're going to do an array to store the uploaded images. Okay, so we're going to do const, we're going to be saving them as links. So let's do, we are going to put an array for those images, and then after doing that, we're going to loop through each file. Okay, so first we're going to do a for, and then we're going to do a const. Okay, we are looping through each file, so let's do const file of files files.file. Okay, and then here we're going to do to upload the file to Cloudinary. So let's do const result. So let's do a result here. Const result is equals to await Cloudinary v2.uploader. Okay, that's the one, and then add a comma here. Let's see. But inside here we're going to do a folder. Okay, so let's do folder. Actually don't have a folder, but you're going to create that in a while. And then let's do a public ID. So let's do public underscore ID. This one is going to be the same as this one. Let's like file and then underscore. It will be underscore, then going to be dates, then dot now. Okay, so let's see. Going to be a function, so it's dates dot now, and then this we are generating a unique public ID for the file. Okay, and then we're going to, after specifying the folder and then generating a unique public ID, what you're going to do next is accessing the file type of that image. So let's do resource type, and then it's going to be auto. Okay, so let's do auto like that. So why are we getting an error? So it's file path, and then here we need to actually do this. Let's see. We are closing it there. And then we need, we need that. And then now below this result, we're going to make sure that const, then our link, right? Const link is equals to the result. Okay, so the result we just defined above, and then dot secure underscore URL like that. And then now we're going to push the links array. So let's do links dot push, then you're going to push the link like that. So push those links inside the links array. Then now we're going to return the array of the uploaded images as a JSON. So let's do that. Let's return. So let's do, we're going to return response the JSON, then it's going to be our links. Okay, so let's do links like that. So what else do we need to do here? We're going to, let's see if everything looks good. We need to create a folder. So let's come to our Cloudinary, and then I think here in our assets, and then before we actually do that, we can name the folder here devdex. So let's do devdex in small letters, devdex. And then we can do folders. We can create a new folder, right? So let's do devdex like that, and then save. So now all our images are going to be saved in that folder. So let's see, what else do we need? We have created a loop for the images. We're going now to do another export here. So let's see. So below this loop, we need to disable default body parser. Okay, so we're going to do export, then const, then config. Okay, so we're going to make the body parser to false like that, and then you can remove this export. Okay, so you have export const config, but it's not supposed to be there. It's supposed to be below here. So let's see. Is it? Okay. So first we have the export default function for the handle, request and response, and then here we are. Yeah, that's the configuration for the Cloudinary API. So from now on, we can go back to the template form and try uploading the projects. So the first thing we're going to do here, remember we created some data inside our API, which is all these things we are fetching from this page, right? So we're going to define them. We're going to define each of them. So we're going to start by const and then title. So this one is template name. No, it's supposed to be title. So let's do title. And then you're going to do set title. Description is equals to use state. And then what else do we need? We need all these. Don't have an image URL. Sometimes I hate using the AI suggestions. So let's see. Const image. We have the image, but they are supposed to be images. So let's do images. Then what else? We need the deployment link, the repository link, and then we need the use case. So let's see. Framework, CSS, and the use case. I think all of them are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think there are 8. So after doing that, you're going to do something else. Remember, we are doing the updating and the creating in this form, right? So here we're going to do this. We're going to pass in everything. So we're going to start by the ID, because we need an ID for each template has an ID, right? And then for this title, we're going to do either the title or we're going to do an existing title. So let's do an existing title. That is existing title. Also for this description, you're going to do an existing description. For the images, we are going to do existing images. So let's do existing images. Also for the deployment link, so let's do that. And then also this one, also we will have either a new framework or an existing one, and then the same here, and then also the same here, existing use case. And then you can remove this, and then now here we are going to have a condition, either the existing title. So let's do existing title or an empty array, and then the same here. So let's see, we're going to have an existing description. So let's do existing description or an empty array, and then the images are going to be either an existing image. This one is not supposed to be null, but instead an empty array. So let's see, either existing images or an empty array. And then also for this one is going to be either existing, the same one for this one, and then also for this one, and also for this one, and lastly this one. So I think all these are 51 minus 44. Those are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 8. So let's see if there are 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, there are 8. So the next thing you're going to do is to make sure that we add all those value, and then they won't change. So let's remove this one. We actually had the description. So it's the value or the on change, which is that one, and then here you're going to also to do the same. So on change. So let's do on change value, going to be value. The value is going to be framework, like that. Then the same here, value, and then the same here. What else do we need? Also here we need a value and an on change. Then the same here. And then we'll come for the image. We'll come to the images later, and then we need that one. Then now for the images, we need some few things, okay? Because you saw we had a loading, okay? So first, we need to check if the image is uploading. So let's do const, we need a state, is uploading. Then here we're going to do set is uploading, then is equals to useState, which is going to be false, and then like that. What else do we need? We have the is uploading. Okay, so first let's come here. First we need to upload images as an array. So we need to first do const upload image. So we need an upload image queue, because we can add multiple images, right? So we need a queue for those images, which is going to be an empty array. Okay, and after that we need to track whether all the fields are filled. So after defining the upload images queue, we need to now upload images. Okay, so we're going to do an async function, and then this one is going to be actually a function, and then it's going to be upload images. So it's going to be upload images. So let's do upload images. We're going to have an event inside it, and then we are going to start by defining the file. So let's do const files is equals to event.target.files, and then event.target.files, and then check if we have the files. And then if files.length is greater than 0, what are we going to do? We're going to now set the is uploading to true. So set the is uploading to true, and then files. So let me remove these suggestions. Okay, so we're going to do a loop. Okay, so for, and then const, and then file of files. So let's do file of files. So const file of files. We're going to do this, define a new empty form data. So let's do data is equals to new form data, and then you're going to append file to file, like that. And then now here we're going to do the Axios. Okay, so let's do upload image queue, and then you're going to do dot push. Okay, and then here we're going to do an Axios to our backend. So let's do Axios, of which we need to install Axios. So let's copy this one, open the terminal, not ports but terminal, like that. So npm I, and then you can do Axios. So let's install Axios. Close the terminal, and then import Axios from Axios. So it's going to be axios.post. Then you're going to do API, because it's in the API, and then upload. Then you're going to do the data. Okay, and then after that you're going to do your then you're going to have a response here. So let's do response. And then here we're going to set images. Okay, so let's do set images. Then we're going to have old images, and then so it's going to be old images. We're going to have old images. Then you're going to spread the old images, and then instead of the response data.url, you're going to do response.data and then dot links, like that. And then by doing that, we've uploaded the images to our backend. And then after doing that, so this is the upload. First of all, we are uploading them to an empty array so that they are not like if you select an image, because you can select an image and then change it later. So instead of like pushing all those images to the back end, we uploaded them into a queue. And then here we are going to below these Axios. So here, then I think below this one, we are going to wait for all the images to upload. Okay, and then so it's going to be await promise.all upload image queue. Okay, and then now we are going to set the uploading to false. Okay, and then after setting the uploading to false, we can now actually by doing that we have uploaded the images to our API. So we have first we are making sure that all this uploading, all the images are put in a queue, the links actually, and then we are making sure that those images are not sent to the backend immediately. Okay, so we put them in a queue, and then when we'll be hitting upload, not like create new project, is going to make sure that all those images are pushed to our backend. Okay, so now what you're going to do is add an on submit function here. Okay, so let's do on submit, which is going to be, can do create template like that. So let's copy this one. Then below here, we're going to do the async function create template. So actually it's this, and then you can close it like that. So first we're going to do an event.prevent default, and then now we are going to first check. Okay, so we are going to check if we are uploading. Okay, so let's do if, and then is uploading. So let's do is uploading. First we check if you're uploading images or like they are still uploading. What are we going to do? We're going to await this function here we did. Where is it? Await promise all, this one. Yeah, let's copy this and paste it here. And now after that, we are going to do an API request to save our template. So let's do const data, and then is equals to, here we're going to do all our title. Let's do title, then description like that, and then what else? CSS, framework, use case, deployed link, and then 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Then you have the images. Okay, and then remember we did set a user in our database, right? So we are going to pass the user here, and the user is going to be coming from our session, of which the session you can get it from here. So let's copy this one. Okay, then come here and paste it, and scroll up to, let's say, here. Okay, then paste it, then import this use session. We don't want a response there. And then earlier on I showed you where the session is, right? So we have the sessions here. Then since we have the user object, here it is, so it's going to be session dot, let's see, we saved it actually, so we are going to save it as session dot user. Okay, inside the user is going to be session dot user. We did define it in our, where is it, authentication. Here it is. Where is the user? Yeah, here it is. We pass the ID, the token ID, to the user. Okay, session dot user. And then after doing that, now here we are going to do an API request. So first, because we are doing the updating and creation, we're going to check if we have, you can see the suggestion here, if we have an ID, we are going to do an put request. But if you're creating a new one, you're going to do a post request. Okay, so let's do that. Then now here, instead of API templates, we did API templates. So let's remove this one. So API template. And then instead of like putting it like this, so we're going to remove this one. So it's API template, and then we need to spread this data. So let's copy this, Control X. Then you're going to spread the data together with the ID of that template. And then here we can do API template and then the data. Then what else do we need? We need a redirect. So when we save a project, what are we going to do next? We need to redirect that user to the dashboard. Okay, instead of like you have created a template, we redirect them to the user. Okay, so here we're going to do const and then redirect. So let's do redirect. Then we're going to do set redirect. So const redirect set redirect is equals to use state. Let's do use state, and it's going to be false. Okay, so after successfully creating, here we're going to do a set redirect to true. Okay, and then because we have set it to true, we are going to check for that condition. So let's do if we have a redirect. So let's do if redirects. What are we going to do? We're going to push that person to the first. Let's define the router. So let's come here and do const router is equals to use router, this one. And then you're going to make sure we push that user to the dashboard. So let's do router dot push, and then we're going to push this one to the dashboard like that. And then return null. Okay, so what are we going to do next? So if we come back to application, you'll notice that we can now be able to create templates, but we cannot be able to upload images. So we are going to do that. So here, let's see. First of all, we need to create a spinner, because we need, when you're uploading images, we need a certain spinner, right? The one you saw earlier. So we're going to do spinner.jsx. Then let me paste the code here. This is just a spinner with an SVG icon which keeps on rotating using Tailwind CSS. Okay, so it's just a basic spinner. You can get these spinners from, let me see, it's called React spinners. Here they are. So instead of like creating a custom spinner, you can get the spinners from these React spinners. Okay, so as you can see, we have a lot of spinners here. You can click on it, and then you can change the color, show the code, and then copy, create a function, and then copy this one. Okay, so but for me, I've created a custom spinner. So let's do that, and then let's come back. Now we need to be able to upload images. Where are we? Here. So first we need to check if you're uploading the images. So let's do if it's uploading. So let's do is uploading. If you're uploading an image, we need to show the spinner itself. Okay, so let's do if it's uploading. Let's do a div here, and then inside this div we need to do our spinner. Okay, like that. Import it from spinner, or you can just put a text showing we are loading or uploading images. Okay, and then here, if you are not uploading, okay, so let's do if you are not is uploading. So let's do if you're not uploading the images, we're going to do this. So we're going to do first a div with a width of full. Okay, so you can see we have a div of width of full. Then now here is where we are going to do the sorting. So let's look for React sort table. So let's do React sort table, sort this one. Then copy this one to install. Open the terminal, paste it there, and then install it. Then here we can do the React. We can do React sort table. So let's do sort table. I think it's like that. Okay, and then here we're going inside this React source table. Let's first close it, and then inside here, see if it has installed. Not yet. Let's check. We have installed it, right? Yeah, so we can scroll up, then import it. Actually, let's see, supposed to import it from React so table.js. Yeah, so we are supposed to copy this one instead. So let's see, Control Z, then copy this one, copy, come to the terminal and npm I, and then actually we're supposed to be using this one, not the React so table. So let's close this as it installs, and then scroll down up to where we are doing that. Where is it? Here. Let me do some spacing there, and then inside this React table we're going to do some list. Okay, so this is expected in the React table. You can read the npm for it. So let's do array. So we're going to do array dot is array, and then we're going to do images here because our images are in an array, and then that function there, and then let's delete this. So we have the list array dot is array images, and then if we don't have images, we're going to have an empty array. So here we're going to do set list. Okay, so let's do set list is equals to update. We're going to create an update. We're going to update the image, update images order. So we don't have this function, so we are going to create this one, the one I showed you when like you want this image to become the first one you are moving the images, right? So we are going to do that. So we're going to create a function. So let's scroll up to before we are uploading the images here. So let's do function, then let's is the upload images order is going to be images, and then set images to images. Simple as that. Then scroll down here to where we are creating uploading the images, and then we're going to give this table a class name, some few classes. So let's do class name, and then you're going to do grid, and then grid calls of 3 for each image. So let's do grid calls of 3 and a gap of 4. And now inside this React table, what are we going to do? You're going to put the images array. So we're going to do array dot is array, okay, like that, and then remove this one, and then actually array dot is array images, and then you're going to map the images. So let's see, here we're going to do a map for the images, and then we're going to do a link. We can do a link actually, and then an index for each image, and then after the index we're going to do this, and then now inside here we're going to do a div. Okay, so a div which is going to have a class name of relative, and then this div is going to have a key, not of index but a key of link. So let's do key of link, and then now inside this div we're going to have an img. So let's do img is going to have a object of cover. So let's do object cover. Yeah, so and then the src is going to be the link itself. So let's see, and then the alt is going to be template image. So let's do template image. Then we can add more classes. So here we're going to do a height of full. So let's do a height of full, and then a width of full. We need rounded to be MD. We need a border. Okay, so we need a border, then we need a padding of 2, and then we need the cursor to be pointer. Okay, so cursor to be pointer. This is for the button to delete the image if you don't need that image. Okay, so let's do transition. Okay, transition, and then transform. or transition, transform, and then hover scale to be 100 of, it's actually supposed to be here 110 is okay, but here we're going to do a group hover. So let's see, a group hover, then yeah, like that, and then transform. So here you're going to add a transform. Yeah, that's better. And then what else below this? Actually, let's see, we have an image. That one was for the image, and now below this image you're going to do another div. So let's do absolute. Okay, so let's see if something is appearing. Refresh. Let's see, we have a type is invalid, expected a string for built-in for composite. Okay, let's see, let's finish this one. So class name absolute, and then top to be 3. So let's do top 3, then right to be 3, like that. And then what else? Cursor to be pointer. We need a cursor to be pointer, and then we need the opacity to be 100. So let's do opacity to be 100, like that. So inside here we're going to add a button. Okay, and then this button is going to be the one for the delete. So let's do button. Actually, this one's better, eh? Okay, button, and then inside this one we're going to do, let's see if we can do, we can look for a better icon. If we have an X icon, that one is for, okay, we can do an X icon, no problem. Okay, or we can do trash icon from Lucid React. Then class name is equals to width 4, class name of width 4, then height of 4. We can do bg of white, so let's do bg white. Then you can do text red to be 600, so let's do text red to be 600, and then rounded to be full, rounded to be full, and then a padding of 1. So this button, when clicked, we want it to do what? We need to handle an image delete. So let's do on click. So let's do an on click, and then it's going to be like that. Then you're going to do handle delete image. So let's do this, handle delete image. So let's do handle, then delete image, we delete it. Okay, handle delete image with the index of the image, but we don't have these functions. So let's copy it, scroll up. Below here we can do a function for the image delete, right? So let's see. So here we're going to do function, and then handle delete image. We're going to pass in the index like that, and then here what you're going to do is first you're going to check for the const, and then updated images. So let's see, images like that. We're going to spread the images, updated images, splice, yeah, and then set images to updated images like that. Actually, that's the handle delete. And then what else do we need? After doing that, we need to add the upload images function to the file, this one, like that. So let's see, like that. So by doing that, I think also we need to change the button. I forgot. So for this button, you're going to check. So inside here, you can see we have this folder. So we're going to remove this, and then you're going to check if we don't have an, if we have an ID. So if we have an ID, I'm going to do update template, but if we don't have an ID, we do create template. So let's see. So if we come back here, you can see, let's refresh. So element type is invalid, expected a string for built-in components or a class function for composite. Don't know where is this one coming from. Let's restart this one, maybe. Then check where the error might be coming from. So for here we have the value description and then the on change. Actually, I think this is where we have the error. So we are going to do a new value here. So let's do new value and then on change new value, set description to be the new value. Actually, so let's see. Let's remove that and do the new value. So on change new value, set description. Yeah. Okay. So let's see if we still have this error. We still have that error. Element type is invalid. Okay, let's see. I think because like the error is not, the issue is not coming from the React Quill. It's coming from how we are importing this one. It's supposed to be, let's see, Control X, then it's supposed to be inside there. And then let's see if it will fix the error. Yeah, better. So that's, make sure you import React sortable as it is, not how we installed it. We exported it, we imported it earlier. So let's test if the images are being uploaded. So let's select this one. You can see. So let's try to do a test template. Okay, so let's do test template. Then select a framework, Next.js, CSS to be Tailwind, CMS, deployment link. We can copy this one, copy, paste it here, then paste it here. Then this one is for the delete. Let's add another image. Let's add another image, pictures. Then can add this one. Let's test if this one is working. Yeah, you can see you can actually sort, delete. You can actually delete, that's better. So let's add another image. So let's see. We can add this one. Then you can also test this one. Test. Then you can put it as, let's see, a code block. And then move this here and then try creating a project. So let's create a project. If it's saying that await access.post. Okay, let's check. The issue is saying export cost template, saying models.templates template schema. Okay, let's check on the inspect sub. So let's see F12. Then let's check network, then create template. So let's see, select, it's saying we're fetching all that data, but I think the issue is how we are defining the model. So let's see, models, we have project. Actually, let's rename this, rename to template.js. So let's do template.js. Then this one, I think this one is good, it's okay. So let's come to the API, template.js. So we actually didn't, yeah. So this is the issue. So let's see if we have templates, import models templates. So let's try. So let's see, it's saying create templates. Are we getting the same error? Yeah, the same error. Let's see, console is saying API templates. Okay, let's see. Models is not defined, so that's the error. Let's check the models. So let's see, models is not defined. Actually, I'm supposed to import models and model. Yeah, then what else? What is this one? You're not supposed to be importing this one. So let's try creating again. So let's do create project, delete, succeed. We're getting an error. Let's see. So let's do F12. So it's saying access error, network. templates, payload, console. Okay, let's see. The issue is template validation. Images cast to string failed for value. Cloudinary. Okay, because of cast error. Okay, don't think we have any issue. Let's check. Let's refresh this page. So let's cancel this one and then let's see if you're going to get that error. And then let's close this one and then clear first. I want to see where the error is coming from, and then let's do npm run dev. Let's see. Let's refresh. So let's do test Next.js, Tailwind CMS. Copy this one, and then add some few images. So let's do this one, add another one, add those two, and then let's do test here. Move this here and then create project, create templates. So it's saying we still have that error, so let's check. So here's the issue. Let's extend this, then let's see. Template validation, images cast to string failed for value. Okay, let's see. I think this error is coming from, let's see, you can see it's saying that it's expecting a string, right? In our model we are expecting strings, right? As you can see here, it's an images array, a string type. And then here in our code, let me minimize this. It has gone. So in this code we are making sure that you are sending all our images, right? But here we are spreading all the images, and then we're also supposed to spread these links like that. So it's all images and then response to data dot links. So let's check. So let's create a template. The same issue again. So let's see. So the only error we had is for this response.data.links. We were not spreading them. So after doing that, you've gotten the same error, and I've restarted the website, and now I think it works. So we're going to create a template. So let's do test. Select a framework, Next.js, Tailwind CMS, and then copy this one for test purposes, and then put it here. And then also for the repository link, choose template images. So let's scroll down, let's select this one, let's select another one. We can use this, right? So we're going to have two images, I think so. Yeah, then you can move them, and then here we're going to do test description. So you can do test description like that, and then you can make this one a code block, and then you can create the template. So you can see in our code we said when we successfully create a new project, a new template, you have been redirected to the dashboard, and you can see you have been redirected to the dashboard, meaning you have successfully created a template. So you're going to come inside our MongoDB, and you can see here we now have a new schema, which is templates. And if I refresh here, you're going to notice that now we have new templates. Here we have the user object, which has the user information about who created that template. We have the title, the description, which is in React. Quill, you have the CSS framework, repository link, we have the images. What else? I've noticed we don't have the, what is it called? The deployment link. Let's see. So here we did do the deployment link. right? Then here we are also doing the deployment link, existing deployment link. So let's check if you're passing in the value, set deployment link, right? Then let's check on the templates. We have the deployment link. Yes, we do. Let's check on the here if we have the deployment link. We actually do. So meaning we didn't fill that field. So let's try again. So let's open. Let's do tests. Then select a framework. Let's do that. Let's also do the same here. Then here choose an image, just any image, and then let's do test here, and then let's create a template. So let's check, refresh, and then let's scroll down. Don't know why I don't have the deployment link. Okay, let's see. Let's come back to the template form, have the value to be the set the deployed link. Is this the correct thing? Set deployed link, yeah. Okay, let's see. Event.target.value, set repository link, set deployed link to be event value deployed link. Okay, I don't know why this is not sending the deployed link. Existing deployed link or just that. What about in the data? We're still passing the deployed link. Let's check. Repository link. We only have 11 of them, images. Okay. Let's come back. I'm going to check why we ain't getting the deployed link. So we have the type URL, placeholder, deployed link. Okay, we are going to check this one later, but for now, what you're going to be doing next is making sure that we can be able to see the created templates here on this page. So before we display the created templates here, we are going to fix the issue with the deployed link. Here you can see we are doing the deployed link, right? And then we are sending the deployed link, but in our schema we are expecting the deployment link, right? So we're going to change this to be deployed link, and then here we're going to change this to be deployed link. So when we do that, we are going to successfully be able to create the templates together with the deployed link. So what you're going to do here, we're going to delete these templates, delete that one, and also delete this one, like that, and then come back. Now what you're going to do is create another one. So let's try. So let's do test template, and then select a framework, Next.js, CSS, Tailwind, use case, CMS, deployed link to be copy link, and then paste it here and also here. Then select an image, we can select this one, and then let's do test details, and then we can make it a code block, and then we can create the template. So if we come back to our database and then we refresh here, we're supposed to get a new template with all the fields, including the deployed link. So let's see. We actually don't have but we're supposed to refresh this because we changed our, what is it called? Our model. So let's restart our application and then also delete this one so that you can create it again. So let's delete. Then let's come back here, refresh. Let's see, it's running. And also to make sure that you confirm it's deployed link templates, deployed link. Also here it's deployed link. With that, it should work. So let's wait. So let's recreate the template again. So let's do a next template. So let's do next template here, and then select a framework. React, you can do material UI, use case, landing page. Also this one, copy, paste, and then template images, this one, and then test. Here we can do test, details, like that. Then let's wait for this to finish it uploading, and then we can hit create template. Then come back to our database, refresh. Now it should work. Then here, now you can see we have the deployed link. We have everything that we wanted, and also we have the date, the created date. So now what you're going to do next is to make sure that we fetch the templates, and then you can show them on the dashboard. So let's close the others like that. And then now here what you're going to do is you're going to fetch our projects. But first let's open our hero, and then let's see, we actually need this session to actually fetch the projects based on that specific user whose session is active, right? Remember that when we are creating the templates, you are adding the user session, right? So what you're going to do here is to first create a use effect. So let's come here and do a use effect like that, and then here we're going to fetch our projects. Okay, so let's do that. Here we're going to do fetch our templates. Okay, so const fetch templates is going to be an async function, and then here let's do this. We are going to do a loading state, so let's do const and then loading. So let's do loading, then set loading. We are also going to create a state for the templates, which is going to be an empty array. So let's do that. And then now here inside here we are going to first set the loading to true. So let's do set loading to true like that. Then now below here we are going to try like that. Then now in this try block is supposed to be a try catch block. So let's do try and then catch. Yeah, so inside this try block we are going to do this const response. Here we are going to fetch our template. So let's do await axios, and then so axios.get, we already created this function. So let's do axios.get and then API and then templates. The template, yeah, I think so. A template, and then below this axios we're going to do const, and then it's going to be user projects, not user projects, user templates. I use projects mostly, so that's why keep saying projects. So it's going to be user templates. Here we are going to filter the templates to match the user ID. So it's going to be response.data. So let's do response.data, and then we're going to filter, okay, all the projects, all the templates you're fetching. We're going to filter them to be equal to the template is equals to template.user.id is the same as the session.user.id. So let's do that. So let's first remove this. Then this is not supposed to be user id but template.user.id, because in our template, so if like we open one template here, we notice that we have a user, right? So it's user.id, and if that user.id matches our user.id, okay, so like that. And then now after doing that, we're going to set our templates. So let's do set templates to the user templates, and then set the actually we're supposed to set the loading to false, and then here we are going to just do console the error. Okay, so let's do that, then remove that. Okay, so we're going to set the error, send the error if we have any error to the console, and then with that you've fetched all our templates. So const fetch templates, and then after this fetch templates, you're going to come here and then like pass the fetch templates, and then now inside, where is it? So use effect. Here we missed something, so let's see, what did we miss here? We're supposed to do an, yeah, here it is, session, like that. So by doing that, we have fetched all our projects. So shift alt F to format, and then let's see. So now what you're going to do is to make sure if like we are loading, because we did a loading state here, right? So if we are loading, we are going to do the spinner, and the spinner we added, and it's going to be in the at the center of the page. So let's do that. So let's do flex, and then inside this flex you're going to do justify to be center, and then items to be center, and then also the height to be screen. And then now inside here we're going to do the spinner, like that. Make sure you import it. Yeah, so now if you're loading, you're going to get the spinner. So now what you're going to do next is to map all our projects. So here we're going to start by spreading all the projects. So let's do projects here, okay? And then we want the latest, not the project, sorry, the templates. I think it's templates or templates. So we want the latest templates to be like, the templates to be like on reverse. So the latest template I've uploaded, I want it to be the latest one, the one I sent. Then the one I created a long time ago to be on the bottom. So here we're going to do dot reverse, and then you're going to do this reverse, you're going to do dot map, and then we're going to do this here, we're going to do templates, and then after that we're going to do a card. Okay, so we're going to do a card, and then this card is going to have a key. This key is going to be template dot underscore id, so it's going to be template dot underscore id, like that. And then you can add some few class names. So let's do class name, and then bg is equals to white. Then what else? We can do a width of 320 pixels. So let's do 320 pixels, and then a margin bottom of 3. Then now inside here we can do a card header. Okay, so let's do card header. Then this card header is going to be to have the card title. So let's do card title, and then this card title is going to have a class name, and then this class name is going to be, we're going to truncate so that the text is within the card, and then you're going to do text clamp to be 1. So to make sure that you only have the text as one line, and then it's truncated. So inside here we're going to do templates. So let's do template dot title. Okay, like that. So let's come to the website, then let's see if we have something. So it's saying use state is not defined, so let's import the use state from React and then come back. So you're supposed to at least have one title. You can see you have the next template, but we actually had to make sure we do this. We copy this, Control X, and then we're going to do a grid. Then inside here we're going to do grid columns of 3, grid calls of 3, and then a gap of 4. And then you can paste them here, Shift Alt F, then come back. Then now you can see we have that text, we have this button, and this button is taking the width of that card. So what we are going to do next is come back here, and then below the card header we're going to have the card content. Okay, card content, all these are coming from our UI from shadcn. Then here you're going to do an img. It's going to have a height of 40, so let's do height of 40. This is going to be the template images. Okay, templates dot images, but remember we are having an array of images, meaning you can have 10 images, but you want the first image, which is in the 0 image, right? And then here we can do the templates image. Okay, then the class name is equals to height of 40, and then you can do with the full, and then rounded to be md. So let's do rounded md, and then you can do object to be cover. So let's do object to be cover, and then object to be center, like that. So if you come back, you can see we have the image here. Then you can add a border, maybe. So let's see. Yeah, that's better. Then the border is rounded, and then now below this image you're going to add a card footer. So let's do card, then footer. Make sure you import it from UI card, and then here we're going to have, so here we're going to add some few classes. So let's do class name and then flex, then justify to be between, because we are going to add 2 buttons. There's one for editing, and then there is one for deleting. So here we're going to do button. Make sure you input it, and then inside here we're going to add an icon. So let's see, yeah, the pencil icon to edit, and then here we're going to do variant to be outline. So let's see, variant is equals to outline, and then what else? We need an on click, and actually this on click you can get it from here. So let's just copy this on click like that, then paste it here, on click window.location.ref, and then it's going to take us to dashboard. Okay, and then it's also going to take us to projects. We're also going to be taken to edit, and then we're going now to also, after the projects, we're going to do the plus, and then template dot underscore id. So we have that template dot underscore id, and then now after that we are going to have something below here. So let's open the project. Then you can see here we have the pencil. If I click it, you can see it's taking us to projects, edit, and then the project id, but we don't have that page yet, so we are going to be creating that. For the delete, we're going to do a dialog, and then that dialog we're going to get it from here, this alert dialog. If I open it, you can see you have the cancel and all that. So I'm going to preview the code, and then let me first copy this, and I know we didn't install this, so we are going to do that. So let's do copy this one, and then open the terminal, this one, and then make sure you import it, come back, and then you're going to copy all this, maybe because you're going to be using it. And then below this one we're going to paste it, shift alt F. Then instead of open, we have alert dialog. So you have alert dialog here, you can say as child, then instead of open we're going to have a button here. Okay, so we're going to have a button like this one. So paste this one here, then instead of this pencil you're going to do trash icon like that, and then we're going to do an on click on this button. So instead of this window.location, this on click is going to be what is it called, a delete. Okay, so let's do this. This one is going to be, so on click, and then here we're going to do delete, then project, not actually, let's see here, because we actually have the we have this button that is going to handle the delete. We need to set, when we open this module, we need to set the selected project to this dialog, so that when we delete it, it actually deletes that selected template, right? So let's do set selected, then template, like that, and then project, not project but template dot underscore id. So when we actually click this trash icon, it's setting the what will open on the dialog to that select id. So let me show you. So if we click this delete, then we have it's saying, oh yeah, we don't have that. So if we click this one and then the module opens, it's supposed to make sure that that id is passed through that button when you've clicked it. Okay, so we're going to create that function. So now inside here we can leave this action cannot be done. Okay, so you have the cancel, and then you have another button here. So we are going to have this, copy that one, paste it here, Shift Alt F, and then variant is going to be, instead of this one, we have a destructive variant, a button which is red. Then on click is going to be remove all this, so it's going to be just delete template. So let's do delete. So let's see, delete. Okay, delete, and then template, like that. So on click, delete template, and then here we can do delete, like that. So by doing that, we'll be able to actually delete the templates we create. Okay, and then for this, what is set selected template, we're going to define it here. Okay, so let's see, const, and then set selected template. So we're going to have a selected template. So let's do selected template. Then you're going to have set selected template is equals to use state, which is going to be null, like that. So selected template, and then yeah, I think that's set selected template. Okay, so now below here we're going to do the delete, right? Let me first reload this window. So we are going to create the next function, which is delete templates. So let's scroll up, and then below here, somewhere here, we're going to do the delete template is equals to async, and then going to be like that. Then inside here we're going to do a try catch error. So let's see, a try. So we have a try catch statement. Sorry, let's see, a try catch statement, like that. And then inside this try we're going to do a delete. So let's do await axios dot delete. So let's do axios dot delete, and then we're going to delete, going to go into API, and then project, and then the project ID, like that. And then now here we are going to do the selected, what did we do? Selected, let's see, we're going to be is equals to the $sign, then yeah, selected template, because that's the one carrying the ID, right? And then we're going to now refetch projects after the delete. Okay, so let's do const response is equals to await axios.get, and then you're going to do API. Here I did API project. I keep confusing. So API template, axios.get, and then API templates, like that. So, and then we're going to also do this const user templates, then set templates, like that. So let's copy this, then paste it here. So const user templates, then pass the error if we have any error, like that. Shift Alt F to format, and then now let's try. So we don't have any errors, and if you click this one, you can see, are you absolutely sure? You can cancel and you can actually delete. But let's first try deleting. We are going to create it again. Now you can see it has been deleted, and then let's see, we can create it again. So test templates, and then select a framework, and then deployment link, Control C, then select an image. Let's select a different image. So we can select any. Let me select this one, and then test data. Then let's wait and then create templates. Now you can see that we have that template, and then let's see why these texts are not at the center. So we have flex. First we have flex column. We actually don't. Yeah, we need that item center. Then justify to be center, margin top of 2. Then did we do height of wheel or height of auto? Let's do that. Let's see, it's still at the top. Yeah, that's better. So now what we need to do is, so let's see, this icon, we need to give it a red color because I think that one will be better, right? So you have a trash, but it can stay like that, or you can do this interactive here. Let's see how it looks like. Yeah, that's better. Can actually delete. So what we need to do next is to make sure that when you click this one, you're being taken to projects, and then edit, and then the project ID. So inside the dashboard, inside the projects, so here you're going to do edit. So let's do edit, and then new, no, index.js, like that. So inside here, we are going to do just the array FCE. Then let's do edit template, like that. And then now inside here, we are going to do, actually this is not supposed to be the index.js, but it's supposed to be the ID itself. So let's do ID and then .js, like that. So if I come back to this page and then refresh, it's not supposed to be an empty page. You can see now it's edit template. So here you're going to first start by making sure that this page has the dashboard layout. So let's do dashboard layout, like that. Actually, let's first remove that. We add the fragments, and then start by doing dashboard layout, like that. And then now inside here, we are going to do our template form. Okay, remember I said we're going to be using the template form for both creating and updating. So make sure you import it, and then if I come back, you'll now notice that the page is similar to that for creating, but now we need the data. the data we are going to be updating. So we're going to start by defining the const and then templates. So let's do templates info and then set template info like that, and then it's going to be use state. So it's equals to use state and then which is going to be null like that. And then let's do router const router is equals to use router. Make sure you import it from next router. And then now below here we are going to fetch our ID from our query. So let's do const ID is equals to router dot query like that. Shift Alt F. And then now below here we are going to do a use effect. Okay, so let's do use effect is going to be inside here. We are going to do if there is no ID, we are going to do this. So let's see, if there is no ID, we are going to return. But if there is, we're going to do an axios. Okay, so let's do axios.get, and then we're going to be getting them. We are going to be getting that ID from API and then template. Okay, like that. And then we're going to do the ID is equals to, and then here we're going to add our ID. Okay, and then we're going to do then and then a response here. So let's do response, the then response, and then we're going to set the template info to be the data you're fetching from the response dot data like that. Shift Alt F. Then now here we are also going to do our ID like that. Now what you are going to do next is to make sure this template form is inside. So we are checking if we have our template info. So let's do, if you have our template info, then let's show the template form like that. Then inside this template form, let's do what, let's spread the data for that template form like that. And then if you come back here, you're supposed to have a page with the existing details. So axios is not defined. Let's import axios. So let's see, refresh. So as you can see now, we have the update template, and then let's add some few images here. Okay, so let's add this one. Then let's change this to updated template, template like that. And then we can do update template. We can add more templates, at least 4 templates. So let's do second template. We can do select a framework. We can do that one, select, and then you can do marketing sites, deployment link, the same. Okay, but we can change this one. You can do copy this link, paste it here. Then for the repository link, let's come here and copy this one, and then paste it here. Choose a file. So like, let's see if I have many images. So let's see, can use this one. Then like, let's do second template, or I can come to, let me look inside API ChatGPT. Let's see if I can get something to paste there directly. Actually, I can copy this one, then paste it here like that. Make sure that these are not that big. Then create template, create a third template. We are going to do that with other, what are they called, other accounts. So let's go back to this dashboard is not clickable. So let's see the dashboard header. Let's check. Actually, this one is not clickable, so let's make it clickable by copying this, then pasting it here. Control V. Then if we click it, let's see, it's supposed to be taken to the dashboard. So we have those two. We can work with those two for now, right? Now, what are we going to do? We can now update a certain template, as you can see, and then we can create new templates. We can log out. So we have finished the profile for now. So what you're going to do next is go back to the home page, right? And then now here in the home page, you're supposed to be able to fetch all the templates, right? The templates that we have created. So to do this, we're going to, let's see, come to here and collapse everything, leave it empty, and then we're going to create something here. So let's see. Inside the components, you're going to do a template.js, okay? Templates.jsx, like that, and then we're going to do array-fce. Then you're going to come to our pages, and then index page. Below here, you're going to have our templates, right? So let's do templates and put them like that, and then come back, and then it's saying that templates, okay, we have successfully created the templates components. So what you're going to do now is to make sure that all those, the template components has the components you need actually. So here we're going to click this, close others, and then remove this one. And then now inside here we're going to start with the header. Then you're going to do a border, and then it's going to be B, like that, and then we're going to do a margin bottom of 3, like that. Then inside this header we're going to do a margin X of auto, yeah, and then here we can do a padding X of 4, padding Y of 4 also. Then I think that's better, but in SM we can do a padding X of 6, so let's do SM padding X of 6, and then in LG we need a padding X of 8. So now here, let's come back. We have this border. Then why this button, share your templates? Let's see, hero section, have the custom variant, then you have the UI button. It doesn't have the custom variant. Where did this go? Anyway, let's copy it from here, then paste it inside here. So let's see, at least now we have that. Now let's come back, close this one, and then inside here we need to do another div. Okay, so let's do flex. Then here we need to do item center, so let's do items to be center, and then justify to be between. Let's do justify to be between, and then we need a gap of 4, and then in SM the same, SM gap of 6, and then LG a gap of 8, like that. Now inside here we need another div. Okay, there's a text center. We have a lot of divs, don't worry. Then after this text center we're going to do text to be left. Then now inside here, so let's do text center, that's in mobile devices, but in other devices we put it to left. Now inside here we're going to do a h1. It's going to be to text to be 2XL, like that. Then here we can do a font of bold, and then after that you can do items to be center, so let's do flex items to be center. Here is if you want to add an icon. Okay, items to be center, and then a gap of 2. Then here you're going to do latest templates, so let's do latest templates, and then after that you can do, let's see how that looks like. latest templates. Here we can add an icon. So let's see. Yeah, this one from Lucid React. And then let's see, we can give it a class name of text indigo 600. So let's come back. We have the latest template. So the next thing is to add the search input. So below this h1 and this div, we're going to do another div. So it's going to be margin top of 4 like that. And then inside here, we're also going to do flex column. We're going to do gap of 4. We're also going to do in SM, we need margin top of 0. What else? So I think this one, okay, let's do SM. We also need flex, okay, but we need them to be in row, not column. So let's do flex row. The flex column is for the mobile phone. So items center, and then now we can do a width of full, and then maximum width of Excel like that. Then here we're going to do an input. We should import it, and then we're going to do this one is going to handle the search, okay, but for now let's do placeholder. Then this placeholder is going to say search by title, search by title, users name, CSS, framework, or use case, right? And then let's see if we have that search. Here it is, you can see, but you're going to implement the search functionality. So what you're going to do now is to make sure we fetch the project, but first we need to make sure that we have the search functionality. But I mean, we need to first search the template. So let's do, first we define the template. So let's do templates and then set templates. We're going to use state, so it's equal to use state, which is going to be just an empty array, okay. And then what else? Here we're going to do a loading because we need some skeletons so that we show the skeletons when we are loading the page. So set loading, then it's going to be is equals to use state, which is going to be true. What else we need to do here? We need the search query, right? So let's do const and then search query. Let's do search query is going to be set search query is going to be is equals to use state and then an empty string like that. And then now, meaning inside this input we need a value of search query. So let's do value is equals to search query like that. Then now here we are going to do something else, which is fetching the template. So first we're going to do a use effect like that, and then now here we are going to do axios.get. So now here we're just fetching all the templates without filtering them. So here we're going to do API and then templates like that. And then here we're going to do a .then, and then it's going to be response let's say response like that. And then here what are we going to do? We're going to set the template. So let's do set templates to be the response data dot data like that. And then now here what are we going to pass in? An empty array like that. Then after this use effect, we need to filter the projects based on the search query, right? So we are going to filter the project. So let's do const and then not projects but templates, the same as projects though, right? So is equals to, here we're going to do const filtered templates, going to be templates, okay, then dot filter. So let's do dot filter, and then so inside here we're going to do template. So let's do templates, is it? Yeah, templates, and then here we're going to do now the filtering. So we're going to do template dot title, okay, dot to lowercase, so that in case someone types in lowercase or anything, or dot includes, and then the search query, okay, the search query dot to lowercase. So we change the title to lowercase and also the search query to lowercase. So we are going to do that, and then we're going to do another something else here, which is or. So let's do this template dot title to lowercase, copy this one as it is. So let's see, copy this one as it is, then paste it down here, and then you're going to do, instead of template dot title, you're going to do framework, like that. And then after the framework, we're going to do user dot name, because remember we had the user dot name dot to lowercase, and then you have the use case and the CSS. So let's do v, which is use case here, use case, and then you have the CSS, use CSS here. So after doing that, you're filtering the templates, okay. So now below this search query or below this header, we need to show a loading skeleton when like you're loading, okay. So inside here we're going to do to check loading. So let's do loading like that, and then and also meaning when you are loading the project, the template length is 0, right? So templates dot length, and then is greater than, when you are loading and the templates dot length are greater than 0, meaning you are not supposed to be showing the loading cards when the projects are 0 and we are loading, okay. So let's do that, and you're going to do this. So we're going to create a div. So this div is going to be dot grid, and then we're going to do grid calls of 1. So let's do grid calls of 1 and then a gap of 4. Then you're going to do in large, you're going to do grid calls of 4. This one, the calls 1 is for mobile phones, and then need a gap like that. And then inside here we're going to do 8 loading cards, okay. So we're going to do this, and then here let's spread the array. We're going to create an array like that, and then this array is going to have 8 cards only. You can put as many as you want, there's no problem. And then here we're going to do dot map, okay. Then here we're going to do inside here index, okay. Let's see, this one is supposed to be an underscore, okay, like that, index. And then after index we're going to do now our skeletons. So sorry about that, it's supposed to be these brackets. So inside here we're going to do a flex div, and then we're going to do flex column, then you're going to do space y, okay, space y of 3. And then we can do a key of index. So let's do a key of index like that. Then now inside this div is where we are going to do our skeletons, and these skeletons we are going to get them from Chatcn. So let's come to Chatcn. Okay, and then that is v0 Chatcn, and then you're going to look for the skeleton. It is, and then you're going to install it. So we are going to add and then install it. So let's paste it here. And then I think we have an error here. It's saying, okay, we have an issue. So let's come to the home page, index page, then control X dot padding Y of 2. Let's see if that changes anything. Shift Alt F. So refresh. Yeah, that's better. So now let's come back to the templates page, and then inside here we're going to do our skeleton. So let's do skeleton. Make sure you import it from UI, and then here we're going to do that. We're going to have some few class names. So let's do class name is equals to a height of 125 pixels. So let's do 125 pixels. Like that, we need a height 125 pixels, a width of 250 pixels. So let's do a width of 250 pixels, like that. And then what else? Rounded Excel, like that. And now below here we need 2 more divs, not like 2 more divs, but 2 more skeletons. Okay, so we're going to add a div, and then it's going to be like that. And then you're going to copy this, Control C, and then paste it here, then also paste it here. But now this one is only going to be a height of 4. So let's remove this, a height of 4. Then you can remove this rounded. So let's see. We come back and we try reloading the page. We can't see the, let's see, you can't see the templates, but let's see if we can see the templates down here if we render them. So let's do a grid here, dot grids, and then it's going to be grid calls of 1. This is in mobile phones, gap 4, and then in LG in grid calls of 4, like that. Then you need a gap, LG gap of 8. Then now inside here, we scroll down, collapse this. Now inside here we need to do the filtered templates, okay, dot map. Then here we are going to do templates, like that. And then we are going to start by a div, which is going to be relative. And then it's going to have a key of template dot id. We're going to add more classes here, which are going to be overflow to be hidden. So let's do overflow to be hidden, and then rounded to be large. And then what else? We need shadow to be large, and then we need a border. We need transition because we need a hover. So let's do transition, then hover to be shadow Excel, hover to be shadow Excel, like that. Then now inside here, what do we need? We need a card component, and to do that you're going to do a link, because you're going to be, when the card is clicked, it takes us to a certain directory, which is projects. Okay, we had the projects, so we're going to do templates, and then we're going to send the plus the template dot underscore id. And then now here we can do a div. So we're going to do a div, It's going to have a height of, I think, 210 pixels. So let's see. It actually can't do that. So let's do a div, a height of 210 pixels. Then inside this div, we're going to start by having an image. Make sure you import it from next image. Then this image is going to have an alt of template image, and then you're going to do an src. Remember that in our templates we have a lot of images, so we're going to filter them. So let's do template and then dot images. Then you need only the first one, like that. We need a class name for this, so let's do class name, height of 45, width of full, then object of fill, what else, rounded top only to be large. What else do we need in this image? We need a width to be 278. What's about height? I noticed 183 is the best height for this one. And then we're going to make sure that you have a layout of responsive. Then we need the quality of the image to be 100. Shift Alt F. Let's come here and see. Let's see it saying invalid, hostname is not configured. Okay, we are going to copy this one since we are using Next.js, and then we are going to open our next config. So let's go to our next config. I think we have it, yeah. And then now here below this React strict mode, you're going to do images. Okay, and then here we are going to define the domain for Cloudinary. So let's do domains, which this one is the, okay, let's see. Then inside here we are going to do that. So let's see if we now have the error. It should be gone, of which it restarts the application. So let's see. Terminal. Yeah, we need to start the app again. So reload the page. Now as that page reloads, we can continue. So below this div for the image, you can do another div dot flex, and then items to be center. So let's see, items to be center, then gap x of 2. What else? We can do a padding x, right? Padding x of 4, and then a margin top of 2, because this is the img for the user information. So the src is going to be actually project, not the project but the template dot user dot image. Okay, then you're going to do user image here, user image. We need some few classes to make it an avatar. So let's do class name. We can do a height of 8, a width of 8, then we need it to be rounded full, like that. So let's open the website. Let's see, we don't have the issue again. Let's see, it's loading. We can continue as it loads. So below this image, you can do a div for the h3, which is our title, not our title but the name of the person who created it. So text based, and then we can do semi bold for the font. What else you can do? A leading of 7. Can do tracking to be tight. Then inside here, that's where now we do the template dot user dot name. Let's come back, then let's check, reload. We're supposed to at least have some few cards here. We actually don't have the cards. Let's see. Still loading. Yeah, we have at least 2 cards here. You can see we have this one, it has its own image, and this one has its own image. So let's continue. We have h3. So below this div here, we can do another div. So let's do dot bg white. Okay, then you can do a padding of 4, then rounded bottom to be large maybe, and then inside this div we can do a link. And this link is also going to take us to the id, but all this is a link, so we can remove this. Okay, let's see. So inside here we can do a h3 is going to be text lg, so the text large is going to be of semi bold. Then what else? Going to be cover transition, so let's do transition, and then duration to be 300. This one is for the hover effect. Line clamp to be 1, and then truncate, and then margin bottom of 10. What else? So when we hover, we need the text to be primary, but initially the text is gray 600. That's better. So let's see. Let's check. So we have not actually provided the template title. So template dot title. Right, now let's see. If we hover, you can see the text is turning to the primary color. Now below this h3, what do we need? We need, let's see, we have the h3, we need to have the deployment link. So when we click like this card, it takes us to the deployment link. So let's see, but we can anyway, let's do that. So below this h3 and this div, we can add another div. So let's do, but outside this link, okay, we can do absolute. So let's do absolute, and then inside here you can do bottom of 0, then what else? Left of 0, then you can do width full, then border top, and then you can do padding of 3, then you can do text gray to be 500 only, then what else? The text to be small, and then now inside here we need to do flex, and then justify to be between, then we need items to be sent. And then now inside this div we first need the framework of that project, right? And you can do a class name here, and it's going to be text sm. Then inside here we can do the framework dot framework, not the framework but template dot frame. Then now inside here, below here we can do a link. Okay, this link is going to take us to the deployed link. So let's do ref is going to be deployed link, and then it's going to take us to a new page. So let's do target underscore blank, and then we can do inside here we can do an icon. So let's see. So we come here and look for link. Let's see, you can actually copy this one, then copy, come back here, and then let's do Control V, copy this one, right? Let's see. So saying deployed link is not defined. Deployed framework, not framework but template dot deployed link. Okay, let's see. So now we have this. Why don't we have the framework? Template dot framework. So you can see at least we have the framework below it. Then if we click this one, we're being taken to a new page. Then you can actually search CSS. So this one, oh, we didn't add, we only added the value for this one. So what we need to do is to add the on change. So where is it? This one. So you had the value for the search, but you need an on change. So let's do on change, which is going to be is equals to event, let's see, going to be event, and then set search. Do you have something like that? Set search query. Let's copy it from here. Set search query is equals to event.target.value. So let's come back. Then let's see. You can actually be able to search. It's saying cannot properties of undefined reading to lowercase. So let's see. In database we actually didn't add the use case, meaning we got it wrong. So where is the error coming from? So here you have event set. Okay, let me put this in a new line. On change. So you have the event set search query event.target.value. Then why do we have this issue saying JSX attribute must only be assigned an empty expression? Okay. Control Shift P, reload the window. Okay, let's check. I think when you are creating this, where is it? Inside the dashboard template form, you also misspelled something. This one, Control Shift L is supposed to be use case, and then let's check inside the API. It's actually use case. Yeah, this one is better. So we're going to make sure that you can change this for now. You can remove this one for now, but you're supposed to know that use case there. Okay, so let's try CSS. You can see that at least we have that. Then you can do no name. It's not, nothing is appearing, meaning our search functionality is working. So what you're going to do next is when we click this one, you're being taken to that template, and then that template's ID to view the details about that template. So now let's create this page. I think this is the last one, so let's open this one, then collapse everything. Now what we need to do is to create these templates and then slash. Okay, so we're going to do a template here. So let's do templates. Then inside this template we need to do an ID, the template ID. Okay, so let's do id.js like that. Then you can do RAFCE. Then you can do template page. Let's see, template page, like that. So now if we come back here, we're not supposed to be getting an empty page. Let's see. Yeah, you can see it's saying we actually have that page. Okay, so what are you going to do here? First of all is to do what we did earlier in the dashboard, projects, and then edit right here. So we had this template info, we had this router, and then we have the all that. So what you're going to do is you're going to copy this, okay, because it's actually the same thing. Then come here and then paste it here, and then import use effects, import use router, import use router, and then import use state, like that. What else do we need? We need to import Axios, like that. So we've actually imported all the data. So here we need to do if there is no project. So let's do if there is no project. Actually supposed to do not if there is no project, but we need to do a const, then loading. We are going to do set loading is equals to use state to be false. Okay, so let's do this. So what you're going to do is Axios.get. So here we're going to first do set loading to true, and then here we're going to do, after this response we're going to do set loading to false. So let's do set loading to false, like that. And then now here we need to check if you're loading. So if loading, what do we need to do? We need to pass our spinner. Let's do return, then dot flex, and then justify center, item center, because your items center and the height of screen, like that. Then inside here we're going to pass our spinner. Now after doing that, we're going to create our page. So let's do Shift Alt F so that you can format that page, and then add some gap here. Now come to the return statement, and then you can start by margin X of auto. Then inside here you can do a padding X of 4. You can also do in SM we need a padding X of 6. In LG we need a padding X of 8, padding X of 8, and then a margin top of 10. So now inside this div we need a section. Okay, so it's going to have a section dot padding bottom of 24, and let's do this padding top of 24, and then a padding top of 6. So now inside this section what we need to do is we need the product details, right? So first we need a grid. So grid, and then inside this grid we need a grid columns of 1, grid calls, and then 1, and then what else do we need? A gap X of 8. Can do a gap X of 8, gap Y of 10. Then what else can do? In large you need grid calls of 3. So let's do grid calls of 3. So inside this div what you're going to do is you're going to do dot lg, we need block, okay, and then inside here we need fixed, then you need a top of 36, and then inside this div, yeah, what do we need? We need a text, which is a link. So let's do a link. Then this link is going to take us to the home page, okay, and then it's going to have a class name of flex. Then you're going to do text to be a medium. What else do we need? The items to be center, since you're going to have an icon, then a margin bottom of 3, then text to be gray. You can do 500. Yeah. Then now inside here we're going to have an icon. Okay, so let's see, we have this here, and then below here we're going to do go back. So let's see, you can see now you have that text, go back, and then below this link we need a badge. So below this link we need a badge. Okay, and then actually let's see, this is not bad. If we click it, it will take us back. There's no need to put a button. So here we can do a badge. Let's do badge, then import it. Then it's going to be variant, is going to be outline. So let's do outline. Then what else? We can do a class name. This one is for the profile, so let's do flex. Then items to be center. What else? Justify to be starts. Then gap to be 2. And then inside here we can do an avatar. Let's do avatar, components UI, not radix, and then class name is equals to margin y of 4. Then what else? Can do a size of large. Then now inside this avatar we need an avatar image. Okay, avatar image, and then it's going to be src is equals to, it's going to be the templates info. So let's do template info dot user dot image, and then here we're going to have an alt of template info dot user dot name, and then we can do it like that. So let's open this one, then refresh. It's saying cannot properties of reading user. Okay, can add some question marks here. Then also we can add some question marks here. Come back. It's saying cannot read properties of null reading user, but we have the user info, right? So let's see, here you have template info, set template info to use state null, then you're fetching the template id. If we are loading, we have the spinner. So let's see, so you have here you have template info dot user. Okay, we have something. So this one is set template info. Okay, set template info to be the response date, and then the template info, let's see, template API, we have template. So are we getting that error? Actually don't have the error. Why? Oh, okay, let's continue. So below this badge you're going to have a h2. So it's going to be h2.text to Excel. Okay, and then inside here it's font to be semi-bold, and then what else? You can do a margin y of 6. And then here is where we do the title of the image. But did you do the, okay, here you can do a h1, then you can do text Excel, text to be Excel, and then what else? Font to be bold, font to be bold, and then the text, and do text gray to be 700, right? Then inside here you can do the template info dot user dot name. Then here you can do template info, template info.title. So let's see, getting that error again. So let's see, but you're logged in, right? So let's see, templates info.user.name. Okay, let's see. So we don't have templates. Okay, homepage. You can create a separate page for all these templates. So let's open this one. So template info.title. Just add a question mark there. And then refresh. Updated template, that's the title, right? Then we have the username. Yeah. What else do we need? We need some few more divs below this h2 element. So we need the dot border bottom. So let's do border bottom, border bottom, and then inside here we need padding of 3. What else? We need the text to be gray, 500. Then we need the text to be MD, text to be MD, and then the flex justify to be between. Inside this div we need a p dot text MD, like that. Then for this one you can have font to be medium. Then inside here we're going to do framework. Then now this framework. Then now below this framework we're going to copy this one, paste it again. Then now it's not going to have, anyway you can do that. Then remove this, then do framework template info dot framework. Okay, so you have that. So you're going to do more for Control C, paste it down here for the use case, and then for the CSS. So let's do that. So this one is going to be use case, but remember I didn't save the use case correctly, so the question mark is going to help with that. And also, so here we're going to do CSS, then here is also going to be CSS. So let's see. As you can see here, we only have the framework, we have the CSS, but anyway, it's not bad, yeah. And then we need the framework, use case, CSS, and then I think for this one, for this whole div, where is it? We have a div with margin X, padding X, and then here you have a padding bottom of and a padding top of 26. So this one is having grids, then a gap, Y, then grid columns of 3. So that is in. Anyway, let's see. Let's continue by adding the buttons. Okay, so below this one we're going to do a flex. Okay, so let's do flex. So flex, right? Gap of 3, justify to be center, then text to be center, text to be center. What else? And do a margin top with the buttons. Then now here we're going to do a link, right? And then this link is going to take us to ref, going to be the project template info dot deployed. Is it deployed link? First we're going to take to repository link, like that. And then this one is going to take us to a new page. So let's do blank. Then we can do some few class names. So let's do style, actually style, and then we can do a width. Let's just do a width. This width can be 10 rem, of which you can do Tailwind. What else? Inside here we are going to do a button, and then it's going to have a variant of outline, right? Then here we are going to do view code like that. Now what else we're going to add here is the button, the link for the live preview. So let's copy this one, Control C, then paste it here. Then you're going to do live preview. Then this one is going to be deployed link. So let's come back. Then actually we need to add some question marks here. Don't know why it's not fetching the ID. Maybe because we are editing the page. Okay, let's see. The ref expects a string but got an object. Okay, let's see. The ref template info dot repository link and then deployed link. Okay, let's see. We have a link that doesn't have a ref. Let's see. This one have, that one has a ref, this one has a ref. Which one is undefined? The ref expects. Okay, let's go back to the home page. Let's see. Click this one. The prop, the ref expects a string, nick but got undefined instead. But we have it. Template info dot. That's the ref. Okay. Okay, let's see if you're naming them correctly. This is the repository link. So let's copy. Control V. It's actually the same thing. Then we're doing the deployed link. Copy, come back, Control V, same thing. Ref template info. So what if we do DDD? Okay. Instead of this, you can do an A tag. Also for this, you can do an A tag. So let's see. It's going to give us the same error. So I have live preview and then the code one. Okay, that's better. Then this one is not going to be outline but primary. So we can remove this instead. Then let's see. As we have now the live preview button. So we need the content on this side. But for this, all this, okay. Let's see. So for this one, Control Shift L. For this ones, we don't need the font to be medium. We can change the text to be gray. 600. So let's see. That's one better. Then now we need the image, the section grid, right? So we're going to do 1, 2. Then now below here, we're going to do a column span of 2. So col span of 2, like that. And then here we're going to do border, border left on our left. And the border is going to be gray, 300. Then in SM we need the margin left of 380 pixels. So let's do 380 pixels like that. And then we need the width of full. So inside here we need the padding X of 8. So let's see how this one is going to turn out. So remember we added multiple images, right? And let's reload this one. Why isn't it showing? Okay, we added some few images, and for that you need a carousel. So for that one, you're going to come to Shatien, and then you're going to copy this one. You're going to install the carousel. So let's do that. Terminal, and then paste it here so that you can install. And then now, as it installs, you're going to do a carousel. So let's do carousel, and then we're going to do class name. So this carousel is going to have a class name of column span of 2. Then what else? That's better. And then inside here we're going to have carousel content. So let's do carousel content like that. And then make sure you also import the carousel itself from components UI. So now inside this carousel, we're going to do the what is it called, the template info images. So let's do template info images. So let's do template info dot images. We are going to do dot map. Then here we're going to do an img because the images in all our projects are in an array, so we need to map them. So here we're going to do a carousel item, and then this carousel item is going to have a key of img. And then now inside here we can have a next image. And then this next image is going to have, so let's see, this is going to have an SRC of image. We're going to have a width of 707. Let's say 707. Then it's going to have a height of 400. What else do we need here? The layout to be responsive. And then what else? We need quality of the image to be 100. And then we need the some class names for that image. So we need to have margin bottom of 6, margin top of 2, width of full, then a width of full, and then object cover rounded to be medium, then shadow. Need a shadow actually. Shift Alt F. So let's see if we have that image. Let's come back here, refresh, and then now you can see we have this image, right? That's better. So what you're going to do next is to add the next and previous buttons. So below this carousel item and below this content, okay, I'm going to do a carousel previous button. So let's do carousel previous like that. This one is going to have some few class names. So let's do class name is going to be absolute. And then what else? So let's do top. We want to make sure that this image, these buttons are inside the image, not outside. So left 0, transform. We need to add transform like that, and then you're also going to do minus translate, which is y, translate y a half. Then you're going to have an index of 10. What else? BG of white. Then you can do rounded to be full, padding of 2. You can do a cursor of pointer at least, and then you can copy this, Control C, then paste it below here. And this one is going to be carousel next, carousel next. And then now this one is going to be top a half. Instead of left, it's going to be right. Then translate, everything else remains the same. Now you can see you have this. You can actually move the images. So you can see our carousel is working. So below here, now we are going to do our description. So below this carousel and this, below this carousel actually, and then here we can do a div and it's going to have a class name. Let's do a class name. So let's do, I actually have some styling. The stylings we copied, let's see, we have this ID details. Okay, so we're going to do dot ID details. So let's come back here, and then dot underscore ID, no, ID dot underscore ID underscore details. Inside here we are going to, this is going to be a self-closing div. So let me do that. Okay, sorry about that. I'm using some, what are they called? Yeah, that's better. Extensions. So here, since remember we were saving our description as React Quill, so meaning you're supposed to do dangerously set in a HTML. You can see what this one does. Let's see. It changes the HTML to, because like we saved the, when you save it in a text editor, it's like you've saved it as HTML code. So this will transform that to plain code. Okay, so let's do underscore HTML, and then here we're going to do template info. So let's do template info dot description, like that. So let's come back, reload, and then now you can see here you have the description. So if we go back, then open this one, you can see at least the description is bigger, since like this was, we updated this one with a bigger description. So let's go back again and then open this one, do that again, open this one, and then as you can see we have successfully created the, what is it called, our developer templates website. So to make sure that everything we've created is okay, first let me check this section. We have the first section, not that one but this one. So margin left of 380 pixels. So what if I remove this? Let's do Control X, going to come to here, right? Yeah, do 380, we can do 400. So you can see that you have successfully created our developer templates website. We can try coming to the dashboard like this, then you can log out. We can, don't know why the button is keeps resetting the custom, what is it called, the custom variant. So let me copy this one, let's open the button, it doesn't have the variant. So let's come back here. Then now we can actually sign in with different accounts and create a new template. So let's see, we can use this one, then continue. Now you can see we have this profile. We can add a new template, so we can select a framework. Let's use this one. We can do another template and then select a use case, CMS, add images. So let's select images from here. Actually, don't know, let's see, can't select some few images. You can just add 1 or 2 images. So let's see, and then you can add the links, copy, paste it here, and paste this one here, add the description as such, and then create template, and then go to the home page. Then as you can see here, we have the template we have created. Don't know why the Google one takes long to load the images in development, but if you deploy this one, it won't have an issue with the image. So as you can see, we have been able to create the full stack developer templates websites. So you can improve this by either creating such websites or even like adding it to your portfolio. You can use the same knowledge to create multiple applications using the continue with Google and making sure that whatever everyone creates is under their own credentials. Like if I add this, I'm the only one who can only update it, and I am responsible for my own templates which I've created. So that's it for today. You're going to get the full code for this, the ones you've created for now. I'm not yet able to deploy it to Vassal, but once I'm able to, I'll provide the link and then you can try creating templates. But make sure you subscribe, leave a like, also comment on what video I should do next, and then also share the video. Thank you and bye.